6 hours left to redo the Atlas video. There's no way the Atlas gets major changes, right? I hate this bug. Yeah, I saw the Wisp spoiler. Kinda worrisome. That league mechanic sucks dick. $8:05:44. All right. Think I can finish this? Oh, I gotta open my macro. Think I can finish this before the reveal? Probably if I don't watch the Diablo thing. Yeah, I think it's their expansion info or something. Like 3 hours before the PoE thing. Something like that. Oh yeah, it didn't break again. Come on, give me logbook. Logbook. You're gonna have a logbook. And I guess that's good too. Lime juice. Why not lemon? Fallen in 4 proj, hell no. I should have bought some alcohol. How am I gonna make it through a 30,000 word patch notes? It's probably not words, it's probably characters, but the point still stands. Come on, game, give me a thing. Oh wait, 195. Logbook, logbook, logbook. Hey, where's my HP? Don't do that. No, I don't play it through Steam, and I don't think it impacts performance either way. The only thing was Steam used to be really bad for patching, but I'm pretty sure that's fixed now, so I don't think there's a difference between the two. I don't really need to full clear this map. Only T5. Oh, beast of burden. Didn't area and projectile? Damage while dual wielding. That's triple damage. Pretty good. Pretty good. I still need a regal. What do I need for Mind Drinker? Let's see. Green, teal, teal. I got the green. Do blight things. A few things were ally or bow elementals are very popular. They could nerf them. Yeah, definitely could. I mean, they got nerfed last league, but they're still strong. They're definitely on the nerf radar. I don't want to be frozen. Bought the raid. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like half of Twitter, so I don't know. It might be pretty oversaturated, but it seems to work pretty well for those guys. But I don't know. You'd probably have to make like a ton of bots. That's probably pretty lucrative. Not just one bot, tons of bots. More kill code, they copy and paste from period 2, the less special it'll be when it comes out. I mean, I don't think people are looking forward to PoE 2 because of the UL necessarily. Yeah, patch notes later, like 6 hours. Well, I guess it's more like, probably gonna be more like 7 since it'll be after the reveal. Yeah, Chris hasn't been there very much lately. Need more decks. Feels insane as Dan made it look. I don't know, I didn't really watch much of the run, but it feels very strong, so probably. It's definitely just worse than Ice Nova, but yeah, Dan was using the alt quality Frostblink. I actually should still stick Archmage and some shit in my Frostblink, but I'm assuming Dan got the Frostblink before he got the Ball Lightning. I don't think it would be worth farming the Frostblink after the fact, but I don't know, maybe he did. I don't think Hex Touch and Frostblink is necessary. Oh, give me a logbook. I've been ready for the past 2 months. Did level one of those. I mean, I'm gonna be real, I don't really... I don't mind playing other things, like playing Elden Ring was pretty nice. Alright, Cassie had 2 teals. Alright, there's a boss, that's good. Two teals, I really need Mind Drinker. Two teals, I win. Why is my grace off? What? No wonder I was almost dying to some things. Oh, because I weapon swapped. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the radius pickup. That's gonna be sick. Finally. It's about damn time. There we go. Now I'm pumping. Mind drink required. Do I own all of the MTX? You crazy? That's like $40,000. Hell no. Yeah, key to pick stuff up would be nice. But I'm gonna be real, I don't really care about that. I mean, you could macro it. If you really care about it. Add like one line to macro. Oh no, I wonder if they'll add WASD to PoE1. You can do any Atlas strat. And I don't think WASD would really feel as good in this game as it does in PoE2. That was the farm? Not bad at all. I got in like 3 runs. Well, I died on one of the runs, so. That's true. I mean, I think if the damage from totems is just transferred off of totems for melee and you don't have to click totems, I think that's good enough of a buff.
Das Kackfersen Gabel Gabel Gabel.
Hey, thanks for the 3-month resub, Huston. Not bad. Is it better than my current rings, though? Yes, actually. What? Bitch. I can't wear it because of the decks. Part of the tree looks fucked up. Is that what Dan had? Where is it? Oh. Right, those knows them. Pretty good. I feel like it's almost 100% an instance mechanic. I mean, the theme definitely seems like it. Yeah, no Atlas passives too. I'd put money on it being instanced. Yeah, you swap Grace for Wrath on Pinnacle content. Although on Eater, Grace is probably not a bad idea if you're not tanky enough to tank his melee attacks, because those are like the most dangerous part of Exarch is the melee attacks. Those things chunk. Why does my fucking Grace keep turning off, man? I'll lose it. That shit's turned off on me like 10 times. Over the course of the run. That stupid weapon. There we go, fixed. Infernal's the stupid one that gives like fucking div cards, isn't it? Top tips to get through acts faster? You're killing too much stuff, probably. Watch a leveling run to see how much stuff someone kills. I think that's the biggest trap for people is they full clear like every map. Spend way too much time killing trash that's gonna give them no XP and no loot. I'd go for Terraria run. I think after this coming league is over, I think it's a Terraria run angle. Oh, I need that. Forking River, conk ground though. Thank you. I'll take it. I'm gonna do no damage in this map, but I'll take it. $24,000 days. Oh, I thought that update, the Terraria update already came out. I feel like it's been teased for a long time. Magic Dave 42. It's some guy that I played Champions of Norath with when I was like 5 and he was like 40. Kind of weird thinking about it. He'd probably had some sinister intentions. What? Oh, standing on his degen ground. I'm like, why am I not regening? Dude, I can already see it. Melee nerfs? They just straight up lose totem damage, that's it. And then DD is buffed. What do you think? Oh boy, my favorite fight. Minus totems plus quality. And the war cry changes. What? Son of a bitch. I tanked it. Oh, perfect timing. You think I would have tanked that? Holy, look at that loot. That's crazy. Why don't they? This guy needs like they should buff his loot. How about this? That guy drops a guaranteed 5 link. Holy, what an idea. Actually, that'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? Damn it, why didn't I have an open prefix? Do not brick. Bitch. Bitch. Wait, nope. Almost runnable. I mean, I mean, that could be runnable if it gives me the easy bosses, you know? Well, I just won't kill the boss. And I'm gonna drop 10 red maps. It do be ruthless. That's the chaos ritual. That shit would kill me. I need to get some chaos res. I should click the chaos nodes on the tree. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Logbook. There it is. Yeah, ritual is definitely worth doing early. I mean, not speccing into it, but doing the ones you see, not bad. Gives you some dog shit currency to get started. Exclamation point build. Built like 2 gen. Short? Why is it red? What? Holy scam. Yeah, there's a lot of map nodes here. Yeah, I don't know. Wasn't Boogie like threatening to kill himself on stream or something? I don't know. I need the second Boogie documentary to come out. Like hoop? No. Never like hoop. Next rare content? You mean like what they're gonna bring back? I have no idea. You think the League Mechanic's gonna have League Mechanic ascendancies again? I really hope wisps are shit. I will actually be so upset if they're not shit. I will be so upset. Super rare, but when you get it, you hire an MFer. Now we're talking. Uglorf knows what's up. It's actually not too bad. Holy. They should don't do that. $10 to officially be on vacation. Oh shit. Didn't you avoided 1 week for the PoE League? Or are you going somewhere? I mean, if doing 8 mod red maps at 9 hours in isn't convincing enough for you, I'm not sure I could say anything that would change your mind. But yeah. It do be good endgame. Holy, it's a stained city! 100 div an hour, day 3. Probably do 50 if you're good at bossing. And not in softcore. This guy's gonna kill me. Well, that actually didn't do damage. Why doesn't that do damage? It's weird. Got like negative 40 chaos. My EHP is just too huge. Think about this. Grave Trough is like one of the worst maps in the game, yet it's better than every last Epoch map. What will you do if I drop a doctor in this map? Cold River. Hey, good mods too. I'll wait to do that. Nice. Dude, imagine how mad people will be if melee isn't changed and there's just a troll with the totems the whole time and they don't change them at all. Stupid wall. Yeah, I've done many Terraria runs. However, I've not done a successful hardcore run. This will be the year I'm gonna complete a successful hardcore Terraria run before the end of the year. Oh god, here we go. Wait, it didn't freeze me. Do I have freeze avoid? Hey, I was too busy looking at my flasks if I have freeze avoid. Why didn't I get frozen? Oh, I must have hit my health potion. I forgot. That doesn't count. I was looking at my shit. I thought I was gonna get frozen. That caught me off guard. You know, it always amuses me when Twitch chatters find out about camera angles every day. There's always at least one person who discovers that it is in fact through a camera that I am being captured. And that it must be at an angle. Perhaps one that makes it look like I'm looking over my glasses. No, there's stream snipers in my walls. Think I'd tank that? I bet I could have tanked that. With Volnan Fizz is called. Don't freeze me. What? Although my glasses are sliding down a lot today. I'm still looking through them. The glasses are like my training weights. I would be better than Ben if I had glasses that didn't slide down and I have to push them up every 5 seconds. But you know, gotta let some other people win sometimes. Can't have all the glory for myself. NBA face straps. I actually do have straps to like hold them up, but they're a bitch to get on my glasses because the ends are flared. I should get a string and tie it on. Tie it around my head. It's almost good. Like a good shield so I can go shield charge. No reason for me to do a Conqueror map for 4 stone, right? Sirius doesn't give one. Just Maven, Uber Elder, and red and blue guy. Need to get some ROG action going. Pretty impressed with the build, it's good. If this avoids nerfs, but Ice Nova gets nerfed, I'd definitely start this. Prediction I will League start DD again? The only way I League start DD is if Cock DD avoids nerfs and Archmage gets nerfed. And if everything else avoids major buffs, that's the only way. All my gear that I can use my Eldritch currency on is really bad. Maybe I'll slap it on my boots. Oh, there's not even any good boot ones, though. Come on, game, work with me. You're giving me dog shit. Need that Rog. Rog's got that dog. Yeah, I got Uber Lab. Dude, if this build was this good without Uber Lab, holy. Crunchy ice sounds. My weapon effect. Make some shatter. Cosmetically, not real shatters. Do I attempt to do the boss or not? If it was a real league start scenario, I definitely would not. Where are the monsters at? Not bad, not bad. Because I'm lazy and usually moving out of the way is better anyways. No expedition on here. You just wait till I hit the chest piece with a regal. It's gonna be crazy. I need Syndicate to show up actually. I guess I should use my mission. Because I got Gravicious and Research right now. I don't know actually what Nimbus does to this skill. I don't think so. I've never seen anyone use it. Emma, do you even play this game? I swear you just play League of Legends. I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know if I've ever actually seen you talk about this game. It's always just League of Legends. I don't know if I'm buying it. 2 logbooks? I'm pumping. I'm out instantly. Pretty smooth, pretty smooth. Log out every astral avalanche. Why don't you just sit in the fire side? You just sit in the fire side, you don't avoid it. I guess you sit in the fire side and you stand behind the pillar. Yeah, the scariest thing about the fight is getting her random like swing, and she just like when you have the wrong type on you, just blows you up instantly. The reason not to log out is if you get 7 seconds and die. Every log out you make is a risk. I'd say every logout has like a, I mean, it depends on your internet, I guess, but I feel like the rate of logout 7-seconding you is like higher than 1%, which means if you do it 100 times, boom, you're dead. Or maybe you're not dead, but you know. You're in a risky situation. Oh, you use servers or shit every minute you play is a risk? Okay, you got me there. You got me there. Any of the US servers are pretty solid, to be honest. I was having problems with, okay, well, I don't know. I refuse to use California. I'm really bad luck on California servers. That's a death. Never mind. That was very close to a death. That was a scary pack. Come on, draw me some maps. Don't make this in vain. I'm pretty sure I've done Spider Forest, yeah. There we go, got some Rogathins. Oh, dude. Okay. Underrate Rog? Maybe is OP. Immune to lightning damage. I'll do that. Good. What? I hate when you check the mods at the end and then you realize you clicked one that makes you do no damage and you gotta go all the way back. Delete everything. The Brain Eater. Remember when Expedition first came out, I like made sure I clicked all the little lore things because I thought you needed to grab them to fight the bosses. You need the lore. Do you need the lore, or does the lore need you, though? That's the question. The point's lore. I don't know why you can't just put expedition things in the map device. That'd be nice. God. Everything is gonna be on the map device from now on? I have no idea, did they? Let's see. Can I make it? I think I make it. Yeah. Nice. That'd be good content. Mark and Ziggy D sitting on the couch having a Q&A, and then Boogie blasts through the window, glass shatters everywhere, and he starts killing himself live on stream. I'll fucking do it! Look at me! I have cancer. You wanna see my meat flaps? This guy's fucked. Alright, I think I've got a quite a bit of rock juice now. Holy, a divine orb. I'm rich. And don't you forget it. Alright, I think I will start pathing up to boss map drops. Alright, Rog, do not let me down. Suppress! Blue chest, I mean green chest. I need too many blues for that, I don't know. This will make you a Rog believer or not. Look at that. It's good. There we go, ring upgrade, and I got unlucky too. Defense modifiers. Here we go. Yeah. This is gonna be suppression. Get ready. Bitch. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. That might be worth switching to shield for. There we go, new chess piece. Yeah, that's probably worth. And then that leaves a spot open for, ooh, shit. See, pretty good. Int. Ooh. Oh, come on. Let me reroll suffixes. No. Okay, good. Good suffixes. Come on, life. Come on, life. Bitch. I tried. Tried so hard. What? Why am I not a trickster? What, dude? Oh, I should have been trickster. Oh, life. No. I should have waited till level 90. I got my upgrades now. It should be. That should tide me over. Got my upgrades till I'm level 90. Actually, I'm gonna use this. No, I guess I'll roll this. Poo poo fart. Game that weird sword movement in third person. Tap sword. Wait, I'm in standard. Why do I have a Necropolis locker? Five link? Oh. That's so not worth. Doesn't even have expression. I have so much lightning res. But that has an open prefix? I mean suffix? Holy. Fire and chaos. That's worth 3C. Okay. I don't think that's worth. Alright. Actually, I'll stay with that one. Suppress cluster. Malacrum and Blight. Well, any build's good for Blight, but Simulacrum, I don't know, it's probably fine. It's not really a Simulacrum farmer. Simulacrum builds are usually like specifically tailored for it. I mean, I don't think it would be awful, but there's definitely better choices. It's more of just an all-rounder build. Kindling orb? Yeah, I'll take those. Dude, Blight League, every single Blight was negative FPS. Blight League's performance was so bad. And it was super buggy too. Dude, I couldn't anoint things for like 3 days because they like bricked Cassia if you did something and I did it. And she was just gone for 3 days. It was really cool. Ideas for Gauntlet. What is it? I mean the effect with the crystals? I'm not sure if it's even in the shop right now. Anybody know if it's in the shop yet? 'Cause it's from the mystery box. But I don't know. Is it this league's mystery box? The reason for no frost shield is I'm lazy to press another button for no damage. I have one leveling. I'm gonna use it on bosses. I mean, I should probably just equip it, but you know how it be. Yeah, give me the chaos orbs. Let me look at that. What do you say? Oh shit. Holy genius. Time for Gauntlet. Log in. I'm going ham this time. My one. Actually, when was the last time I played a Gauntlet? I have like chosen to not play it like for a few of them. Why does this bingo card look better than yours? Knocked loose as shit. I'll be right back. What build would survive an indefinite meteor stage with Uber at zero chasing your ass? Ben. I'm back. Oh, nice fracture. T1 suppression. By T1, I mean T2 because can't roll T1. Shut up, dude. No, you're not. Press. Okay. There we go. There we go. I need that. I actually need that res right now, though. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the 4-month Prime, Psycho. My glasses today. Why is it the skin that makes it look strong? Pump out a few harvests whenever I see them. So I have juice ready to go to swap fragment if needed. This one is spectral throw melee skill. I mean, Helix is more melee than a lot of melee builds, to be fair. There we go, there's the GCP I needed. I probably already had one. Stronger than BV. It's way stronger. Way, way stronger. Think I think that? Good luck, come fights. Mm. Do I click those? Maybe, I don't know. Live stream today? Yeah, it's in like 4 hours. Oh, what color juice do I need? Where is my horticrafting station? Do I need to do a harvest for it to show up? Hmm. Of course, it gives me the world's shittiest harvest. I don't think it's yellow, but... S tier reaction. Yeah. I am a reactor. Dude, I'm not looking forward to the patch notes though. If I had known it was gonna be like twice as long as the next longest patch notes, I would have got some alcohol and got wasted or something. How am I gonna do that sober? That's too many words. Still have time. I mean, I have some alcohol actually, but nothing I want to drink. We'll see. We'll see what I can scrounge up. 5 link, but it's not the right colors. Very good. Not too bad, actually. I'm good enough, though. Normally online till early August. I'm the poop sock, the PoE league. It's gonna be a good one for sure. Good class. Why did it? Why was my grace off again? I'm gonna lose it, dude. How long was that off? Why am I doing that? It's been too long. I'm sloppy. Diablo 4, Lord of Poop. I don't know why Tropical Island is highlighted specially. There he goes. Good belt. Oh, it finally is. Good, good. Of course it has lightning res. Heal mage okay. What do you mean? Is he losing it or something? Oh, his last epoch death rip? That's a good rip. Local. Need your aids. Not really sure what I do with the rest of my points. Strong boxes? I mean, can you do cartography scarab on for targeting them? Is that one of the target ones? I don't know. I mean, there's sites that let you plan it out. There is cartography. But I guess I'll do that then. To show divines per hour? How would it calculate that? That'd be cool though, actually. If someone put all the data of like the average divines per hour you get from stuff, that'd actually be pretty cool. Hey, who could you possibly be talking about, Quiz? Shit, I was looking at chat. Thanks for the 36-year Prime, Hooper. Is a strat, don't worry. The build is not, in fact, AFK proof yet. How long has that been stuck in your head, Cuglor? Which one would you be? The benefit is you're not a metacock. I don't know. There is none. It's good. Definitely do burst day 1 through 3, but I mean, it's basically a melee build, so you're probably too bad to do it. Because I'm too bad to do it. Melee and Ubers day 1 through 3 doesn't go too hot unless you're Ben or Alk. To ensure maximum sockets. Oh shit. I'll take that. What was that? What? What? Holy shit. I mean, actually, plus gem levels doesn't really do much for me, but holy shit. Oh, I guess it's good for Arcane Cloak. Crazy. I'm in like a 4 point. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I am fucking stupid. I was on a 5 link kind of, but I took it out of my gloves, which was like a 4.2 link, but I took it out of my gloves because I'm stupid. Thanks for reminding me. Anyways, watch this. on. You know you want a 5 link. I'm not stepping foot in highest. There we go. Oh, I can switch my gloves now to something not dog shit, I guess. You mule momentum from Ranger. Personally, I'm too lazy to do it. Your uncle has a lot of balls. Uh, 8. Half of them are from looking at chat. Oh, I can do this now. Give me something good. It's not good. Oh man, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's worse. Everything's worse than Ice Nova. I think Archmage probably be maybe like a 25% nerf would be fair. Yeah, patch notes are today. It's always after the reveal. And Grave Drop sucks. $29,000 goes the Ruthless. I feel like Ruthless patch notes should have a completely separate page. What is the Ruthless Assassin node? I spawned Cold River? No. Hour and a half. I don't know. Do I watch it? I want to finish this run. Yeah, if I listen to it, I'm gonna be like, what? Why are they so stupid? And I'm just gonna know, like, I'm gonna, like, it's gonna hinder me severely, you know? Hardcore characters can inherit blessings. Thank God. You're not gonna drop $500 for the Vessel of Hatred double expansion extra deluxe edition? Who was it that got fucked with the statue and they didn't put him on it? Was it Karn? Or was it just a lot of people? I don't know. I consider it an attack when it didn't damage me. I had a few trailers. Game should give me a dream fragments. Ooh. Okay, I'm really. Oh, dude, do you think we get a sorting button? I really want a sorting button. That'd be nice. Wait. I've never heard of Tarkov sorting eating items, but that definitely sounds like something it would do. It's like 1 p.m. Pacific. Around then, anyways. I need to learn how to do arena. Looks like I'm doing it pretty good this time. Build feels pretty good. Definitely just worse than Ice Nova though, but it's a good alternative. Button build. This isn't a 2-button build. Unless you mean Ice Nova. Yeah, I guess that's a benefit. This isn't a 2-button build, and Ice Nova is. Good point, good point. My boots don't have move speed. Need Rog to cook me up a new pair. Ball lightning of orbiting. My aura's at showing at the top. That guy posted that comment within like 30 minutes of the video being out, and the video is 8 hours long. I think I took like 6 breaks yesterday. People like that, I refuse to believe they're actually real. It's gotta be just dead internet theory, they're fake. I got a good comment on the last Epoch video this morning too, I'll show you. I think they should include that as actual sound in the song. Alright. Check this out. That was a good comment. Invest in diction training. Hard to listen to words getting out of your mug. Performance issues? Had any? Maybe buy new PC or clean up your shit. Campaign. Better than in PoE. Same for character progression. Bad density maps. Here you go. PoE also have shit maps. Maybe choose the one with good density and last epoch. This comes with experience, not a Sunday 1 week player. Resistances get good. Mayo quote unquote melee is bad because of AoE mechanics. Crying laughing face times 3. Like I can't believe these people are real. Anyways, I'll be right back. I don't know, every time somebody writes some dumb shit kind of like that, I mean, you can't do it on YouTube, but if you look at their like on Twitter, whenever you look at their profile, their entire reply history is them just flaming people. They've like got to be sad people. I feel bad for them actually. What'd you miss? Just the YouTube comment, nothing crazy. Yeah, this is gonna be a good league. What if there's new endgame bosses? Is that today or on launch? Oh, it's today, okay. Yeah, it's today. It's today. Over under on Glad getting the spell block chance equals block chance back. I don't know. Glad's gonna get a built-in Defiance of Destiny with block. That's my prediction. And it gets 1000% bleed damage. Well, I'm in the end game. So yeah, it's viable. Yeah, bleed has been bad for so long. I could go for some bleed builds. Been bad for so long. Okay. Simmer down. Cold River. No, just drink gamer saps. What is that? Oh. Oh, I'm so dead. Never mind, I'm too good. 3 hours. I gotta look what color juice I need. Stupid portal. See. Fragment. Fragment. Yellow, okay. I'm just gonna do ones that have 2 monsters or more. Know much about the next patch? They've teased a lot of stuff, actually. But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff we don't know. I would be down if suppression was removed. Remove suppression and reduce boss damage by like 30%. Or I guess just any spell damage. Reduce all spell damage. For most. Yeah, that'd make... That'd open up a lot of builds. Oh, that's a good idea. Guys, thank you. I can't kill you if you're over there. Remove totems and do nothing else for melee? That'd be pretty good. I don't think lightning warp's worth unless you have the enchant, which doesn't exist anymore. Might not be bad though, might be worth a test. Might be worth a try, but probably not. I actually don't have sockets for it. Exclamation point build. Oh. I don't know why I've been sitting on the Eater and Exarch invitation. Bacon, egg, and cheese croissant. That would be soul fulfilling right now. Holy Tolman, no Tolman. He's gonna DD the boss corpse, dude. Do not heal. This is a league starter. No bone zone, it's gonna be lacerate. Lacerate is back. Lacerate's back. Steel Mage is #1 next Gauntlet. I don't know. Do I ever play roguelikes? Yeah. Sure do. I mean, PoE is pretty much a roguelike in hardcore. Yeah, I played a little bit of Hades too, and it was, I guess, not released, but early access. It's hard for me to play things that aren't roguelike because I basically need games to be infinitely replayable or I get bored in 2 minutes. I don't know why. Like if I know I'm gonna be done with the game in 10 hours and there's nothing else to do, I don't want to play it. like games for me have had like they gotta have some kind of investment behind them. Whether that's like infinite things to do or getting better or whatever. And I guess you can get better at every game, but nobody's playing GTA 5 to get better, right? Yeah, Isaac's good. I haven't played in a while though. Let me kill these guys. I don't know why I sat on them for so long. I tank that? Easy. Think I can tank that? Oh shit, I didn't get flame dash. Don't need it, lol. Flame dash for noobs. How much a ball does? I should have tested. Should have tested. I think it would do like a third of my HP. I think I could tank 3. But I've been sitting on these things in my inventory for like 2 hours. I don't know why I didn't do them. I forgot they gave watchstones. Maybe forgot gave watchstones is not an accurate descriptor. I was just thinking in my head I'm gonna do all the bosses at once, but that doesn't make sense. Think I can take that? Is that an attack? Why am I dodging that? Very nice. Should have done those way earlier. I don't know why I didn't. I should probably take this off for those. And those had really bad mods. Holy, the game hates me. Giving me the worst mods I could think of. Oh, I have 2 of those. They are all... Okay, you can swap all of them, okay. It do be today. Was it in like 40 minutes? Oh, I gotta switch aura back. Oh wait, this is a juicer! Oh my god! Holy. I'm gonna drop 10 logbooks. This is the craziest I've ever seen. What? Where are my logbooks? That must be bad coding. I'm level 90 now, that means more rog crafting, because now he'll give me the max level item level stuff. I feel like regals should be less rare. They're pretty rare. I just got my first one. Yeah, definitely on the League starter watch list for this build. Ow, goats hurt. I hate this guy. This build hits so many times it looks like a dot build. Ner. How bad would it be to go to mage ban? I don't know, I feel like I'm doing fine without it, I guess. Mold rim. Boy. Don't do that. Did I just tank that? Unlimited testing. Holy, what is this map? 49 life and enfeeble. This is a rough one. I'm ramping. I'm ramping. No! Why didn't you die? Alright, Rocket, then what you got for me? Show me the goods. Ooh. Life. Now this is the Rogathan I know. Look at that bad boy. Holy. Holy. Imagine if I was an attack build. Oh my god. Now that's a belt. Sell for an HC trade at league start? Couple div. It's not too bad. No, what the fuck? Sometimes Rog's so troll. Ooh. Actually, is that better than this? Might be. Lose some mana, but actually. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think that would be an upgrade. I mean, it has mana on it. Waxed Jack. Hey, where are the scepters at, Rog? Suppression. Oh. Oh. Okay, I don't think I need the res, actually. I have a shit ton. I guess it's okay. Hmm. Work with me here. There we go, weapon. And it's a shit weapon. Not enough room, my ass. I have enough room. Okay. Okay, looking decent. Oh, it didn't hit the life. Hit the life. Yes. Oh man, it's a juicer. No, suppression, that's okay. Oh, I have Giga Res now. Holy. I have way too much res. How many regrets is it for the Alira switch? It's 20, right? I can get 20 from Tujin. He'll hook me up. I don't know. I might watch it. I don't know. Should I watch it? Might as well. He did not give me 20. Bitch! I'll be able to swap soon, TM. So much Ellie res, no chaos res. I am positive. I've got 4. That's good enough, right? No DD. There we go, damage is ramping. I know what I could do. Ignore stuns while casting, man. It's actually good. But that could be more damage. Could be. Pretty good damage nodes. Oh, these. How could I forget about that? I don't know what I unclicked now, though. Holy, how did I forget about that? It's about to pop off. How's my build tanky versus fizz hits? It's not. Does the Diablo thing have drops? Ball lightning of orbiting. Looks like a large setup. Wait, what do you mean? They already started? Oh. I think it's LA. I mean, I think that's where Blizzard headquarters probably is. People do be typing. But wouldn't Joe in a dark room? He looks confused. What? What was that, dude? What? I need to look at that again. Stupid clip button, stupid Twitch, why don't you work? Hold on, I need to look at that. What was that? Oh, it was the Maven Balds. That's bullshit, dude. I was phased out. Look at that. I'm taking damage. I'm not even there. I'm not even there, dude. I wasn't even there. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Release the news format in the reveal streams? Yeah. Yeah, I'd totally play an ARPG with the class that's an abortion mancer. Actually, there's an abortion mancer in PoE too. You just can't play as it. It's an enemy. She like throws her babies at you and they explode. Um. All right. Did I watch this? I guess I'll watch this. Spoiler, it's just Witch Doctor. Gets me a chance to eat my potato sticks. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, good. It doesn't have gluten. I didn't check. Dude, I don't know. This doesn't look like a fucking. I don't. Why? It doesn't look like a Diablo build. It looks like they just stuck some random shit in from WoW, doesn't it? Am I just being a hater? I don't know. Am I being a hater? I don't know. It looks like it's just some random character from WoW. Wait. What am I? Boat League. They should just make movies. I like how they make trailers this good, but for their actual seasons, they have like the worst reveals ever. Like the expansion one will go hard. When the game actually came out, it'll go hard. But the seasons, they're like worse than fucking Last Epoch. They just stole the plot of Stranger Things. I feel like that face is not animated well. She's like, what the fuck, bitch? You really looking like that in my boat? Get out of here. Get out of here. Just put some makeup on. They sound like they're at gunpoint. Oh shit, another one. Another mechanic here. I mean, cinematic. Here we go. Is this an in-game one, though? Dude, that guy had screen shake enabled. This is not Diablo, dude. What the fuck am I looking at, man? This looks like fucking Guild Wars 2 or something. That does not look like Diablo. What the fuck? I mean, it looks good, but yeah, it looks like a Lost Ark or something. I don't know. Looks like a random MMO. What does this even have to do with Diablo? What? Oh yeah, let's show off these auto attacks. Holy shit. Okay, the moves look actually pretty cool though. The gameplay does look pretty slick. That thing's pretty cool. It's just some random shit that's like nothing to do with Diablo. It's like fucking Spirit World from Avatar: The Last Airbender mixed with Blue Avatar. Yeah, it should have just been Amazon. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the hell is this? I mean, it looks cool, but don't get me wrong, it looks cool, but it does not seem Diablo to me. What the fuck is this, man? Did they just like finish watching Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time or something? What the fuck is this? The fuck are they talking about? My eyes. I've been saying it. Just this looks like the Guild Wars 2 stuff. Jaguar. What the fuck is this, dude? I have no idea who that is. Why does it sound like a middle school, like, motivational speech? What is this? I mean, I'd say the majority of like D4 players actually think this is the cool shit in the world and care. Like we are the ones out of touch. Just remember that. It's us that are out of touch, genuinely. Dude, tons of people care about the lore. Just what I fucking wanted. I think it comes out in like October or something. Holy, it's a foot. She broke his ankle. Oh my god, I'm so excited right now. Yeah, last epoch needs some of those guys. Unironically. Some of those guys need to go to last epoch. They watched Avatar Last Airbender. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the what? You're not. Chat is disabled for this live stream. I fucking hate Blizzard, man. It's like just super out of place. I mean, we are the ones out of touch. People love this shit. Go spread eagle on that table right now. You know, I don't know. Maybe people don't give a shit. You're right. They have like no fucking viewers. That's a pretty pathetic number, actually. Holy shit. Holy, I love Diablo 4 now. I'm logging in. Did you see that? I just bought the Ultimate Edition. On the Twitch? Invented our own martial arts style for Diablo. Okay. Now we're gonna give you something else useless. Where is Woody Joe just like in a dark room alone or something? Where'd they put him? He is just in a random dark room alone. Look where they put Rax. Is he in a producer's office? He's in the wait. Producing fire beats. Come on, just tell us the two builds it's gonna have already. Just tell us the two builds. Wait, didn't we already see this? How are we already? How are we already? Wait, what? How are we already repeating? Wait, that's it? Wait, what? Oh, finally. Finally. Alright, we get to learn the two builds. What did you just say? How much was he paid to say that? No fucking way, dude.
Absolutely. So yeah, just like high
Oh
level, like
shit,
what
I
is this
just realized I
class?
had the VOD muted this whole time and you
Excellent
couldn't
question.
hear it.
So
Oh well, that's okay.
basically what Spiritborn are, they are these jungle warriors who are empowered by the spirits. They're sort of this dexterity focused class and sort of masters of martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. And so what they do is ultimately all of their actions and their movements, they sort of resonate with the spirits to form sort of these unique combat styles as they're fighting. They sort of mix and match them to hit whatever sort of build they need.
Awesome. So like if you are a current Diablo player right now, or like let's say I'm a current Diablo player, which I am, I play a lot of Rogue or Barb.
Yeah, you're
like
convincing with
where
that.
would you kind of place the speed and aggression of the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I would say Spiritborn is definitely probably our fastest, most aggressive class. It's got multiple gap closers built into its basic attacks. It's got several movement skills, very high damage on those, as well as several ways to upgrade its evade skill as well. It's all about kind of like getting on a target, sticking to it, and killing it.
Awesome. I know we had footage earlier of like,
Well, it's about
within the
killing the
trailer
target,
of
that is
players actually being able, and we
crazy.
talked about this earlier,
Yeah.
players being able to actually summon in these spirit guardians. So can you like just summon a giant jaguar into battle or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kind of in addition to being these master martial artists, because they're empowered by these spirits, you'll see parts of the spirits, but then ultimately with the ultimates, the
I feel
spirits
like
themselves will show
interviews
up
like this
on
are
the
way better
battlefield,
when the
and they'll
person
empower you
asking
and
you the
deal damage.
questions
And
don't
it's really
already
the
know
core
the
of the
answers.
fantasy, right? Like if we talk about
Like,
power
you know he knows
fantasies,
everything
summoning
already.
the god into battle is the power fantasy for this class. And one of the things that I really liked about that
Like,
is
this is
that
all
we were getting a bunch of
scripted,
feedback
right?
early on
So,
about
yeah,
making ultimates more meaningful, and we were actually able to do that with this class ground up.
Awesome. I know people are probably dying to know, like, okay, let's jump into some Spirit Guardians. So I think this is a great opportunity. Maybe we should start off with like the Jaguar being the first one. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the Jaguar itself?
Sure. Yeah, starting off, Jaguar is a great one. Jaguar is, as we've kind of touched on before, it is sort of this manifestation of just like the hunter. It's exhilaration, it's violence, it's aggression. It's attacking repeatedly, kind of just constant pressure as it's going. It's got these ramping mechanics to it. It's got lots of kill streaks. Mechanically speaking, the way we've kind of translated this, its primary focus is attack speed, and it chases that through a new keyword and mechanic that we call ferocity. This is a stacking buff that it can generate, usually via Jaguar skills, that will increase the attack speed of all of its skills, but it will also enhance other Jaguar skills so you can use them more often, reduce their cooldowns, that sort of thing. Moving on to an example, I guess, of a Jaguar skill. First off, here's one we have Ravager. This is a new type of skill we're adding to the game called Incarnate skills. They all have a passive and active effect. This one allows you to maintain your ferocity at just like a minimum level, so you're all just like a little bit fast. But then when you activate it, you kind of go full Jaguar mode. It gives you additional attacks, kind of like whenever you hit something, it does an extra strike. So it can even turn like
It feels like they
skills
made
that are,
this
like,
class for a MOBA.
deal a little
the
bit
way
less
they,
damage,
The way
they
they
can now
describe
deal
this,
extra
is, it
damage
sounds like
whenever
they
you
made
hit
it for like League of Legends.
Moving on to another skill, we have Rushing Claw. This one is the Jaguar's kind of primary mobility skill. It will dash you through a target and slash everything along the way. And the key to this one is you can kind of use it over and over and over again, like multi-strike your enemies. And then finally, of course, we have the ultimate, the Hunter. This will actually manifest the Jaguar onto the battlefield.
Cooking.
You'll leap through the air. It's also a movement skill. And when you
29
land, the
reset
Jaguar will
dodge.
destroy everything. And it also has upgrades to kind of help chase the kill streak vibe. There's a chance to reset the cooldown after you kill something with it.
Yeah, so if you look at all of these things as a package, you start to see almost a combat archetype built into each Guardian themselves. And that was actually something that was really important to us. So if you were speccing into the Jaguar, it's important to those types of players who do want to keep the attack speed up, that do want to keep their kill streaks going. And you're going to see this as like a through line that each particular Guardian will have their own thing.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the fast, frantic gameplay, and I will say I have a little bit of bias towards the Jaguar for sure. But I know we want to go on to the other Guardians for sure. And for all our tanky friends out there, Bjorn, do you want to walk us through the gorilla?
Absolutely. Yeah, moving on to the gorilla. The gorilla, core concept behind protection and defense, but it's not just like passive defense. This is a very active defensive play style where you're shrugging off the damage, but you're also returning it to your attacker. So it's really got this kind of core of like retribution also sort of built into it. Its core mechanic and stat that we work with is damage reduction. It chases this in two ways. One is through using block, sort of actively blocking damage, as well as a second new keyworded mechanic called resolve. This is also a stacking buff, but this one falls off whenever you get hit, so it's really important to keep stacking it and kind of keep stealing yourself and building your resolve back up. But as long as you have any stacks of it, you get the full damage reduction bonus. So moving on to just a couple of examples for gorilla skills. Starting off, we have Crushing Hand. This is their core spender skill. Kind of just does what it says. We'll smash your enemies to pieces. Kind of neat thing about it is it's actually two separate attacks that kind of overlap in the middle. So you can sort of prioritize a single target and deal double damage to it. Another attacking skill that we have, this one's Payback. This one really leans hard into the sort of aspect of retribution
on Sunday,
that we have going on.
Chat for a stream
this
thing
one will
now.
deal a large amount of damage, and that damage will ramp up the more something has hit you. So it's really good for just like ending a fight if you need to. But also like as things are hitting you, that will reduce its cooldown. So kind of you have this flow of like being able to sort of like end fights, but also kind of keep hitting as you go. And then finally, again, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the gorilla itself. The skill is called the Protector. It creates a large protected area on the battlefield that will grant you barrier while you're inside of it, as well as several other defensive bonuses that you can spec into with it. And the gorilla will just smash any enemies that try to come and harm you while you're in it.
Yeah,
Thank you
if
for
you
not
like that
making them
bruiser
obvious.
archetype, like this is the build for you. It is definitely about that give and take of damage. I mean, you'd said it earlier. Anyone who's been looking for a tank or a tank-like build in Diablo, this is the one that you're going to want to spec into as a part of your kit.
Yeah, it sounds like a really unique way of being able to, especially for tank players, to like bring damage to enemies and stuff like that, which is so awesome. So next, on to our third guardian. Of course, we have the eagle. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the eagle?
Yeah, so the eagle, kind of soaring above it all, we've got this guardian that represents precision and accuracy and kind of finesse. Its ability, its freedom of movement.
Do
like
I
a
see
lot
new
of the
enemies,
movement
or
that
those
the
actually
Flash has
new?
is
They
very
didn't just
aggressive, very in your
reskin
face, and
something for the eighth
the eagle
time?
really is able to kind of take
Holy.
that to another level and kind of go
That's a
wherever it
first.
wants.
Genuinely,
In
that might
addition to that,
actually
it
be
can
a
also
first
sort
in
of
this
like
game.
extend its attacks to sort of pseudo-ranged playstyle. Allows it to really like prioritize a target and sort of like hit from anywhere. So its core stat that it cares about is movement speed. That allows it kind of, like I said, able to kind of go anywhere it wants and sort of tactically reposition on the battlefield. And it also has several ways to sort of amplify its evade skill, adding damage, that sort of thing to it. So moving into just a couple examples, we of course have to start off with Soar. This is sort of Spiritborn's premier mobility skill. Takes you up into the air, out of the battle for a second, able to dodge mechanics with that if you need to. But also, because the eagle is all about kind of those big impacts as well, it will create a target area where you're going to come
really
down
good,
and
but
make those enemies vulnerable
This
so
is
that
like
it just amplifies the
not a
damage when you
Diablo
land.
class.
Moving on to another example, we have Razor Wings. This is a damaging skill for the eagle. This one has kind of this cool back and forth where it sends it out, allows you to hit something at range, but because it also returns to you, it sort of rewards you for the tactical positioning on the battlefield, so you can sort of line it up so it'll hit different things as it comes back. And then, of course, our ultimate skill, the Seeker, bringing in the eagle itself to just annihilate your enemies with damage. You can cast it anywhere on the battlefield. It charges up and then blasts off. The blast can be upgraded to be a guaranteed critical strike, and while it's on the battlefield, it will also make everything vulnerable for you. This is also like one of the first ultimates that we have, which will have multiple charges, so you can kind of use it back to back or like prioritize a target with it, and there's like a lot of player agency with that.
Yeah, this is really for that tactical player, where positioning is super important. You don't necessarily want to be constantly in the fray, so you still want to output that damage. Maybe you want to put it in a particular place in the encounter, but you can do it by going in and then you can get right back out. So for those players who really like that tactical positioning, that's what the eagle is for.
Yeah, it seems like the eagle gives you that extra freedom of in mobility, so you can kind of move in and out, especially with things like Soar, which is sick to see for sure.
one of my
It's so
favorites.
unique for Diablo 4 for sure on that end. Last but not least, of course, this is probably our most unique Spirit Guardian, and probably one that I'm sure a lot of people are like looking at and going like, oh, this has got to be crazy, and that is the Centipede. So Bjorn, how's the Centipede play out?
Yeah, so moving to the Centipede. The Centipede's very unique. It represents this sort of abstract concept of the cycle of life and death, and the way we've kind of chosen to interpret that is that it's sort of this epicenter of attrition, but it's also like really about just kind of like
What does he mean
this
unique? He's just doing like
endless or
AoE
inescapable
attacks.
sort of persistence.
AoE and auto attacks.
And that's like really bad for your enemies, but kind of really good for you. So it kind of, its core mechanics that it works with that persistence is damage over time, poisoning, crowd controls, that sort of thing. But then it uses those things to sort of empower and sustain itself. So also like leeching life and that sort of thing back to you, sort of draining your enemies as you kill them.
Leeching life.
So moving on to
That's so
just
unique.
a quick example. Stinger is our core skill for the Centipede. This one does a large amount of damage in a small area in front of you, but the sort of interesting thing about it is that that damage will also echo out to any nearby poisoned enemies. So it kind of has this adaptive, like,
I mean, it all
dynamic
looks pretty sick.
like range that it has, sort of depending on like how much you've been spreading your poisons around the field. So it can like basically like hit the whole screen if you really want to. Another skill example that we have would be Scourge.
The Centipede is like
Scourge
the only
kinda
one that
takes
feels
sort of,
remotely
like,
Diablo-esque.
oppressive control that the Centipede
Everything
has.
else is like,
and
what
it
the
will
fuck?
fear and it will slow
it?
and poison enemies and sort of disrupt any kind of like strategies they might have going on and just sort of allow you to turn the tables on them. And then finally, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Centipede itself onto the battlefield. This is the Devourer. Poison laser beams, globs of poison everywhere.
Do you think they
just
did
the
it right
Centipede
before
kind
PoE?
of
So more
wrecking the
people would
entire
kill time
battlefield.
watching
It's
it?
got upgrades which will also allow it to instantly
Holy, it's
execute
still not
enemies who
over
have been fully
12K
poisoned,
viewers.
sort
It's
of
still below
helping the cycle of
11,000.
life and death to speed up a little bit there.
Yeah, this is clearly
Isn't
our
this
most
like
Diablo.
this is pretty fucking big? How
Guardian
does it
that
have
we
no viewers?
It's becoming a fan favorite very quickly. Well, the people
This is a
who've gotten
pretty
their
big
hands on
thing.
with it have a lot to say about it. But the cool thing about this one is we took on a really unique design challenge. Like, how do you take a concept of damage over time, dealing damage, regenerating life, and make that kind of the core of an entire archetype? I thought you guys did a fantastic job at getting
Well,
it there.
viewership's always
For those
about
type A
being
players who
between
really
content
want to
creators.
manipulate the field and keep that damage up and keep that resilience going, this is definitely that class for you.
Yeah, I have to call out. It's so crazy seeing a giant centipede behind me right now. But I know a lot of players at home are probably looking at each of these 4 Spirit Guardians and they're going like, "Hey, this is probably the one I'm gonna go with." Just seeing some of the gameplay and some of the play styles. But I think one big question that probably a lot of people have is, are you kind of forced to go down one of these, or can you actually do some mix and match, or how does that work?
You know, freedom of choice is really important for this class. So if you want to go all in on one of them, go for it. Like, there's no problem in doing that. There's benefits that you can see from it, but there's also benefits from mixing and matching. Like, we wanted adaptability and hybridization to be at the core of this class. So it's been a goal from the very beginning to actually get that there. So when
Like,
you
bro,
get hands-on with this,
the
like, you're going to want to
Random ass
experiment.
PoE
We
League
want you to
Affliction peaked
experiment.
at
We know that
117K.
there's going to be many builds that are
This
very
is the
emergent.
fucking expansion.
And I actually can't wait
It's
to
under
see
12K.
some of the cool stuff that
All
people
right,
come
with
up with once this
YouTube,
goes
it's like
live.
27.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at its heart, Spiritborn is
crazy.
really all about like personalization, sort of expressing yourself. And so like whichever spirit sort of resonates with you, we really want to allow you to mix and match them kind of to your heart's content, and sort of make that play style choice like fully customizable. And the primary way that we're doing that, or the main way that we're doing that, is the Spiritborn's class mechanic called Spirit Hall. The way the Spirit Hall works is you start your journey off by choosing one of 4 bonuses. At the top, the primary bonus. This is a like massive bonus that will add sort of a thematic effect to all of your skills of that type. So like an effect like the Jaguar will add extra strikes and that sort of thing to all your Jaguar skills. But a subtle but very important extra piece of this is that we'll also add that spirit's tag to your entire skill kit. So every single part of your skill kit now has the Jaguar skill. And so even if you want to use like Centipede skills, you can still sort of hook into various parts of the Jaguar using this bonus. Then later on in your journey, you will unlock a second bonus. This is a set of 4 distinct bonuses from the first. Each of these kind of has a tie-in with the sort of core mechanics of each of the spirits. So
Yeah, I'm
we
gonna be
mentioned
real,
before
like,
sort
at
of the
this
new
point-
keywords that we were introducing, like with the Jaguar has ferocity, the
Like,
Gorilla has resolve, those
The
sorts
only
of things.
reason I
These
get
give you an
excited for PoE
opportunity to sort of
reveals is
mix
because
those
I
into your
realize
kit,
they actually know how to do a
regardless of like
presentation.
if you are using those specific skills or not, and sort of like add that extra layer on top of your build.
It will actually
and
just
when you're
tell you
choosing
what
these
the fuck's
spirits, these can
happening.
absolutely be the same. You can pick Gorilla and Gorilla, Jaguar, Jaguar, or you can mix and mash them. And it's really important that like they all kind of flow and work together.
So if you look at the nesting doll effect that we have of your skill tree, your class mechanic, this can get complicated very quickly. And so one of the things that the team took on was this idea of finding what resonates most with each guardian and how do we create some level of overlap so that we can have some synergies between all of them.
Yeah, exactly. As we hit, like each of these has like very clear themes, right? You've got the Jaguar with its attack speed, you've got the Gorilla with its protection. You can definitely build into those, but it was important for us to sort of establish that these spirits, they don't exist like in isolation from each other. They have overlap. They have things that they both care about, and that allows us to sort of create these very hybrid-esque builds that work together. You know, just like an example, right? You've got like the Jaguar is a hunter. It's all about aggression and kind of chaos, and that's a thing. It loves that. But as a hunter, you're also sort of providing, you're also sustaining yourself, which is a thing that the centipede also loves to do. And so they both care about healing, and they both have like different hooks that they can do for that. And so you can really like, if you're looking to get more healing into your build, you can add some centipede, you can add some Jaguar, mix them together, you can make an entire build about healing that is centipede and Jaguar. These aren't like prescribing ways to build, but they're more so just like they're overlapping stats that allow them to sort of communicate with each other. So just a couple examples. We have, for instance, if you want to build like the Gorilla, Gorilla's a lot of protection, Jaguar's a lot of sort of chaotic, constant damage. So when you mix those two together, you get this sort of like semi-tanky brawler who can just kind of go toe-to-toe with anything. And they sort of like dip into the stat of dodge, because dodge is a little bit inherently a slightly more RNG, a little bit more chaotic, kind of Jaguar, but it also kind of has that damage mitigation. And so you kind of combine them together and you have this very like retribution, but also fast-paced playstyle. Another example would be potentially if we think about like the centipede and the eagle. The centipede's all about sort of debilitating your enemies and like making them weaker, and the eagle's all about like kind of finding those weak points and like getting these high damage, you know, bursts off. So when you add those two together, they both care about vulnerable and sort of like turning the tables on all of your enemies.
I don't know why they talk about this
and so
shit while they show
adding
like
that together
the guy
kind of
killing
creates
white
this character
mobs.
that's sort of just
You're
able
not
to like
thinking about any of that, they're
prioritize
just
target,
dead, dude.
weaken it, and then just like cull it from the battlefield.
Yeah, it's. I'm so glad Bjorn brought all these like really good examples for us. He's got a lot of footage for us to go through. It's awesome to see all these skills and how they work with the actual spirit guardians. And of course, the big popular topic that comes with every single class is itemization. And I know we have a lot to talk about
think it's already
the
revealed. It's
legendary
like
aspects and some
October
uniques as well.
17th.
So Bjorn, Brent, like how does
Those been
itemization
revealed
work
for
with
a while.
Spiritborn?
It's 26.
Yeah, we all know that itemization is the heart of the game, right? And as we've been
Shut
moving
up,
through
dude.
our itemization journey with this game, we've had a really great opportunity to fold in all the feedback and how that applies to the Spiritborn as we've been developing. And one of the cool things that we did was took the opportunity to actually lean into the things that you get from items and see how they build into the spirit's abilities themselves. So we're going to show a few examples of that. Now this is just the tip of the iceberg.
They're slowly
There's a lot of
learning
really
how
cool
items
stuff
work.
coming.
They're
But
slowly
we thought we'd do a
learning,
really quick
slowly,
breakdown
very
and show
slowly.
you what that looks like.
Yeah,
Give it like
so
8
just
more
hitting a
seasons,
couple
they might
examples,
understand the
you know, we
basics.
have added this large suite of Spiritborn legendaries and uniques to the game. But just to break down kind of some of our thoughts as we were working with them, sort of the types of legendaries you can expect to see. You know, one example, as we were just speaking about sort of these hybridization things, there's a lot of different stats in our game and sort of making them work together, not just like work together, but like be cool together. So we kind of have this category of items that will sort of interweave a couple of different stats. Secondly, we have our power augmentation legendaries. These just kind of let you take like your favorite skill and ascend it to its final form and just kind of like go crazy with it. And then thirdly, we have sub-powers. These are sort of things like, we think of them like rogue grenades, barbarian, dust devils. These are sort of things you can sort of build around. They're sort of almost like skills, but they don't exist in your skill tree as things you can put on your bar. And then finally, we have our unique items, which are there to enable you to sort of make the craziest builds you can think of. So moving on to a couple examples, just kind of one for each real quick. We have Tormentors. This is an example of a hybridization legendary. This one interweaves poisoning and thorns together, kind of in an interesting way that'll allow you to apply your thorns in a different way than just like having something hit you all the time. It's great. You can probably see the connection. Gorilla, Centipede, they'll love this sort of thing. Moving on to an example of a power augmentation, we have Bristling Vengeance. This takes the payback seal that we kind of hit on before. Usually it's like a smaller AoE like right in front of you that just hits one enemy, but this one really allows it to sort of like extend its range, hit multiple enemies, as well as apply your thorns over an area. And then thirdly, we have an example of one of our sub-powers. This one's called a Pestilent Swarm.
Well, I hate how they have to have like corpo buzzwords.
Each of our
They have to
sub-powers
make a
is there are
new
multiple
word for
legendaries for them.
everything.
They sort of
Just
allow you to
call it
customize
something
how they
fucking
work.
normal, man.
So there's like one that'll let your Pestilent Swarm like poison enemies, one that'll make it spiral, one that'll even make it orbit. You can sort of like combine those. Like you can have it orbit and spiral, or poison. You can just have it shoot off, kind of whatever works for your build. We really want people to be able to experiment and play with those sub-powers. And then just a couple of teasers, some of our uniques. These are some unique boots that basically allow you to override your evade skill with soar. Just get the ultimate amount of mobility you can think of. The neat thing about that is also that it allows you potentially like to take soar off your bar. You can't let it go, but you at least kind of get to keep it with you in that evade slot. And then another example would be our unique quarterstaff. Which is one of the two weapons we're adding with the Spiritborn. This one sort of allows you to ramp up your basic attacks. Spiritborn's basic attacks are a little bit special. They're kind of really cool. They're these 3-hit combos, and each third hit does like a special thing.
This guy is so...
and this
whoever
specific
designed
unique
is
basically
so
lets you
used to
get
work
that third
for
attack
League.
all the time. So then we have to
Whoever
take their
designed
third
this
attack and make it a triple version that almost turns them into a different skill entirely.
Yeah, this is awesome. Seeing all the couple of examples of uniques. As Brent mentioned, this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I personally would take the soar boots all day. You know, being able to use soar as an evade is absolutely amazing. But I want to give a huge thanks to Bjorn for walking us through all the skills associated with
as
the
much as I don't like
Spirit
League
Guardians.
anymore,
and of course, the itemization across the whole
they're
entire
actually
class.
pretty good.
We'll
at
actually
making
have an
games.
extensive look for the entire community after the show
Blizzard's like
on
Riot
our blog.
rejects now, I
It will
think.
provide a great amount of detailed mention here immediately following the stream, so you can
Like,
check it out
all the,
and do
I
a
think
deeper
all
dive
of the
with the
good
Spiritborn
Blizzard
yourself.
employees
Now we're going to
got
bring back
poached by
everyone to
Riot.
get into
Like, I
our
remember
Q&A
for
all things
a
Spiritborn.
long time, all of Blizzard was draining to Riot, and I bet all the bad employees at Riot went to Blizzard. So now Blizzard is just bad Riot. What the fuck is this? Why is there like a music video? What is this? Bro. Oh my god, what is this? What are they doing, dude? I think I'm just grasping at shit to hate now. What are you talking? This is goofy as fuck. What was that?
Now we're ready for our community Q&A where we'll answer your burning questions for all things Spiritborn. If you have questions, again, please drop them in Twitch chat and we'll try to get through
You
as
ever seen
many
a game
as
company
possible
do that
through the
before?
whole entire Q&A process. Thank you guys for joining us. We did some musical chairs to get everyone back up here during that quick little interstitial. I know as questions are coming up, one big question that everyone always asks, and I know we've probably seen it a million times in chat already, is like, hey, we have the Spiritborn. This is a brand new class. Why not something like a class from a prior game, like a paladin or something from there?
Yeah, right out of the gate, right?
Right out of the gate.
You know, when we started off, one of the key things that were really important to us was to make sure that the class came from the place that we were going. We also knew that, we did a really good job at revisiting classic archetypes like the barbarian and the necro. And so
I don't
we're
know
in
why
this
they try and
position
have a
where
fake conversation. They're not
doing
good enough
something
actors
new
for it.
was a great opportunity.
Like we all
It was,
we
it
all
was
know
something
you
that
know
allowed us
everything
to
already.
inject
Why do you like
some fresh gameplay
try and
in,
pretend?
and going after the Spiritborn was a wider palette to play with. And so making sure that we were building something from the ground up from Nahantu was really the driving factor of this, and we're very proud of where we landed at today.
Awesome. Another question that this is everyone. This is the first time you guys are explaining. This is everyone's favorite moment where I butcher Twitch names like no other. But Arcphoenix asks, wait, the lore, like where have the Spiritborn been in D3, D2? Why are they not fighting Mephisto themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. Like this is a religion that has been building up over time. They're a little more secluded, and really one of the things that we looked at is like the early exploration of Akarat, right?
Yeah.
Like there wasn't much development that was going in, so that was like a new frontier for us to work with.
Yeah, and in general, the Spiritborn, which you'll notice when you do play the game, they are very scattered throughout Nahantu. It's not like they have this massive presence where you walk in and you're like, there they are. You know, it's like a little different than that. They're hidden, they're in the jungle, and they don't necessarily want to be seen. And this has sort of been the idea this entire time. It takes a lot of devotion to be a Spiritborn. This isn't something that you can hop in and out of. So when we talk about being a Spiritborn, these are people who have devoted their entire lives to be doing this one thing, and that's what they're doing in Nahantu. They're not exploring really.
I know we've actually gotten a few questions about this specifically. And this is a pretty good question for Bjorn and Nick, because a lot of people have noticed, like, hey, quarterstaff and new weapons. Like, what are the new weapon types for Spiritborn specifically?
Sure. Yeah, Spiritborn's bringing 2 new weapons with it. First off, we have the glaive, kind of its premier weapon that you see in all the key art. That's really the weapon for like a hunter. It's great for like taking down priority enemies. It's got built-in elite damage, that sort of thing. And then the second weapon we're adding is the quarterstaff. This is a faster weapon that they can use to even sort of like add like block chance and that sort of thing to it. So it's almost like a little bit of a pseudo defensive weapon, but it's also got very high attack speed.
Yeah, from a fantasy standpoint, it was really cool to like try to create weapons that made sense for, again, like Brent mentioned, like where the class is from. So like, you know, a glaive makes a lot of sense for like cutting through the jungle, you know, being an aggressive weapon, being an attack-based weapon. The quarterstaff is really cool because it's like, you could imagine like, how do they train with this? They probably found like really strong branches from like trees that were really important to them, and they start to like train with that, and eventually they kind of start to perfect that craft and that bow staff. So there's a lot of really cool fantasy that we can like, the art team can really dig into.
It also looks cool.
Yeah.
Like just to be frank, like if we're talking about a martial arts class, like
Yeah.
having the bow staff or the glaive to like really extend some of those key poses that we got with the martial arts stuff that we put into the game. I mean, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's awesome to see like new weapons for the Spiritborn with Vessel of Hatred. So another question that we have here, this is from Bucko351. Easy name. Question, what's the difference between the Spiritborn and the Druid class? The Druid class currently has bonds with like the stag, the wolf, the eagle, and the snake. Like what's kind of the changes between that and something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to
Spiritborn's actually just
the
Druid, but he lost weight.
Spiritborn, you're not necessarily turning into this animal that we're talking about. This is a spirit guardian that lives in the spirit realm, and you're channeling this spirit guardian, and the manifestation that we're talking about is what comes out. So when we talk about like ferocity or something, that's something that you see in the jungle, right? So you have this jaguar that's recognizable, and that's this manifestation. It's the best way to show that. So if we had a different belief, then it would manifest in a different way. Versus the druid, you sort of really encompass the entire animal.
And you see that in the gameplay quite a bit, where I think, Nick, you were mentioning before, where it's like, yeah, I have this bond with the centipede. When I call him in, I call the centipede in to deal with this side of the combat, and then I go off and I start managing the other side of the combat. So you really see this like combat partnership between the Guardians and the Spiritborn, which is incredibly unique.
We got a question here from Kat the Dewey.
I think they just took it. I think
they're
the question was about the
"We've seen 4
gameplay,
Spirit Guardians.
and then
Are
they
there other
answered it
Spirit
with
Guardians
lore.
that were considered potentially?
Like the question was
Yeah,
basically,
look,
this is basically just Brood. Why is it just
you know,
Brood
when
again?
we're choosing
then they're like,
the spirits,
well, in
we
the
played around with
lore-
a lot of concepts. Super abstract stuff that weren't animal-based. We talked about, okay, if I'm from the jungle, these things would probably represent things I know, which brought us to animals. And when we think about protection and strength, we originally had some conversations around an elephant. Like, what does an elephant mean? If there's a animal that
I'm watching the
represents
PoE one,
like
too.
family and protection the most, the elephant is one of those. The gorilla was also being talked about at the same time, and they mean the same thing. So when we looked at them side by side, that really came down to like which one can convey the best powers, what gives you the right movement and visuals that you would need for the power set itself.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say,
Yeah,
like, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, there's a lot of collaboration, and sometimes art will inform design, design will inform art. So I think this is a great spot where, like Brian was saying, like, we're looking at a lot of different things, but like when you think about Nahantu, when you think about like the canopy of the jungle, and you start thinking about how does that protect what's in the jungle, like the gorilla just made a lot of sense, like thematically. So like we start to find those moments, right? And you think about the centipede, it's like there's like the ground and the roots of the jungle, like what comes up, there's insects. So, you know, we spent a lot of time like exploring that. But when you think about the gameplay connection, poisons, fears, right? The centipede, that this like life and death kind of cycle they talked about, like the centipede makes a lot of sense. So we really start to try to connect the dots in really interesting ways.
Figuring out
And
that
those are the ones that
centipede
really
would
stick.
have like poison damage
Fictionally.
probably took them a really long time.
the idea that these things are
that
created
is
based on
tricky
human
stuff.
beliefs, we believe more
There's
than
no
more than 4
precedent for
things,
that
right?
from games anywhere.
And so the idea that we
That's
could
some tricky
expand this
stuff.
out well beyond the class, we've developed more lore than you're actually going to see in the game for the Spiritborn, because we want this thing to live beyond just Diablo 4.
Awesome.
What?
I know we
What
this
did you
this
just
one's a
say?
little bit for Bjorn. We'll
want this
test
to
his
live
skill
beyond
knowledge here.
Diablo
But
4?
question from Churney Fire was, does the echoing poison effect work on enemies not poisoned by you? Is there like a radius limit? Like how does it work specifically?
Yeah, there's a small radius limit to it, but that can be extended through things like tempering and that sort of thing. It will do any poisoned enemies on the screen.
Oh, nice. That sounds crazy. So yeah, and then we have a question from Crawling Out of the Spiral. This one's a lore question specifically. Did Mephisto know about the veil between Sanctuary and the Spirit Realm, and like the corruption within the jungles during Diablo 2? Like, was he able to sense it during that time? I know we had talked about like the Spirit Realm being this pure and like untouched place. So.
Yeah, we can definitely assume that Mephisto knew there was something there.
He's making this up.
When it comes to the lore of Nahantu, there are a lot of protection that happened during Mephisto's corruption. He wasn't able to break through the veil, so that is something that, you know, that's why it's so dire now. But definitely he had this feeling for sure.
She had no idea what to
Question
say.
for not MVP.
She had no
How
idea.
does the resource for the Spiritborn work?
She had no idea. She had zero
Do they
idea what to
generate
say.
it like
She thought of that on the
passively, or
spot.
how does that work specifically?
Sure. The Spiritborn's primary
yeah,
resource
he
is called
probably
Vigor.
knew they
It
were
does
there,
not
yeah.
inherently recharge passively. You'll generate it by using your basic attacks. But sort of like the key with Spiritborn being very customizable, like one of the first choices that you'll be able to make in your tree with your basic
they were
attacks
protected.
is you can sort of like customize like how you will build the spirit beyond that, whether it's like by poisoning enemies or by blocking damage, that sort of thing, to really like kind of make the resource work the way you want it to work. And then later on, there are also some uniques that will allow you to further customize sort of like how your build influences the resource generation.
Awesome. I know people, we just talked about the weapons and stuff, and there's like follow-up questions of like, are the Spiritborn only using two-handed weapons for this class?
Yes.
The short answer.
Yes. They are. The other question that we're getting is, is there like a special quest for before you can actually start a Spiritborn or create a Spiritborn? Or are there quests that are maybe specific to the class itself?
Yeah, well, we're going to definitely be introducing the class mechanic similarly to the way that we introduced it with the other classes.
No,
As far
please
as the
don't.
beginning of the story is concerned, we really want to jump straight into continuing the chapter of hatred, right? Like what happened when Narelle left. We want to jump right into it, get right back into the story, and so we're going to pick up from the perspective where Narelle left off.
Awesome. That was a question from Agar. I forgot to throw out the name. I do want to give people shout outs when they do actually ask the names. The Grim Knot asks, does the Spiritborn have ties maybe with the Witch Doctor in any type of way from Diablo 3?
Not at all.
They're only answering more
When
questions.
Brent is talking about creating something new, that's what we wanted to do with the Spiritborn. That also meant really diving into lore and figuring out a separation for freshness. We wanted to still bring in things that were familiar from D2 and just lore in general that we know about, but when it comes to the Spiritborn class and the traditions of the Spiritborn, they're very new. You get a chance to explore it in the game, and you'll see that they're very different.
Awesome. Azeron Blood Moon asks, how much is the monk inspired into the gameplay of the Spiritborn?
It's we always look back and we can find like a lot of reference, or we could be inspired by things we've made.
If you always look back, how the fuck
I think
did
when
you come
play
up with
the
this
class, you'll see
abomination of a
it's extremely
class?
different. It's so unique, it's so fresh, and it kind of carves its own space in our kind of lineup that after an inspirational point maybe of looking at like martial arts at just the core, it just kind of goes off in its own direction and kind of redefines
I mean,
that
it's
that
definitely
space.
unique because it's completely
sorry, go,
out
no,
of
no, no, go.
I
place.
definitely want to add to that. It's like I don't want to be shy about the fact that we know
It's
what
definitely
works
unique.
mechanically in the game, and so we're constantly looking at inspiration for the existing classes, for the new classes, on what works best. Take that inspiration and then like take a right turn and actually amplify it or take it into a slightly new direction that makes it very different.
I know we have time for one more question. This is a question for everyone here. What is everyone's favorite spirit? I've already revealed mine, which is Jaguar. But what is everyone's favorite spirit guardian here for the Spiritborn?
I want to know what
can
random
start. I'm gonna
Blizzard
cheat. I'm
employee
gonna say
number
two. I love
8972
the Jaguar
cares
as well.
about.
But it's just a little bit too chaotic for me, inherently. And so I love to just mix the eagle in
That's
there
exactly
as
what
well,
I
just for a little
wanted
bit
to
more
know.
control, a little bit more freedom.
4 people I've never seen before.
Gorilla. I mean, when I saw it show up on screen, beat its chest, and it was just awesome. It was like, that's it.
I knew it. We're like wrestling buds, where we talk about wrestling all the time. I'm not surprised Nick is about the gorilla. Not surprised.
My favorite guardians are Quatli, the eagle, and Balazon, the centipede. I just love the poison, and it's sick. It looks crazy.
Yeah, for me, Jaguar, it started with that iconic piece. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to share a little bit.
Hold on a second.
But the movement, it's such a pace changer for the game. Once you get into it, it's got a very addictive flow, and so I'm all in on the Jaguar.
Well, it's awesome to hear everyone's favorite Spirit Guardians. I do want to thank you all for jumping in for this Q&A. Before we do close out the stream, we did want to let everyone know that we'll be sharing more about Vessel of Hatred at Gamescom this year on August 20th. But you'll actually have a chance to attend Gamescom yourself and play the Spiritborn in person. We're actually sending 5 lucky players to Cologne, Germany to play the Spiritborn at our Gamescom booth in person. Make sure to check out our Instagram at PlayDiablo and read our blog for full details on the contest after the show. Everyone on the Diablo team is incredibly excited for you to check out the new class coming with Vessel of Hatred on October 8th. And of course, you can pre-purchase the expansion now. Stick around to check out our Diablo creators, Rax, Woody, Macro Bioboy, and Fame. They're actually upstairs right now, streaming live here at Xbox Studios with Spiritborn gameplay. Also, shout out to Xbox Studios for hosting us. We really appreciate it. And of course, you can check out Kind of Funny Games after the stream.
Christ. How many minutes do you think before this will surpass the D4 viewers, and it's just gonna be a timer? What a shit show, dude. What a shit show. Wait, bit redeems are on? I don't know why Twitch is so fucked up. I have 74 bits, do it? Message effects, gigantic. Wait. These aren't the default values. They actually... Somebody went in and changed it. Those aren't the default numbers. I don't think. I'm not sure. It's just annoying if people are redeeming shit all over the screen, right? Let's see. They always hit like at least 100k on their reveals. They're definitely surpassing Blizzard. Jesus Christ. Get this abomination out of there. Jesus. I need to... Yeah.
Performance, hardware, acceleration, I turn off the Please touch by somebody. What's happening?
Okay. Should I open a timer to the live stream? Let me do that. Wait, the website's down for maintenance. What? I can't see the timer now. Did you have you been playing on December since yesterday when the season started? How was it? Is it good? Let me get the. Let me get this in here. Dude, it's the double timer. Warlock? Went well, it's good. Watch, would you rather shine the character? Nah, I've seen enough. I'm sure it looks, I'm sure it plays pretty fine, I don't know. Okay, I'll look at it for like 2 seconds. I mean, that skull looks pretty sick. He's still just in the random dark room. I like how they just shoved racks like wherever they could find a spot for him. Well, I don't know, are the PoE reveals pre-recorded? I mean, I know, like, I guess yeah, okay, never mind. The Q&A isn't, though. I mean, if Rax is a true gamer, it is just one hoodie. I think it's definitely possible. Pretty likely Archmage is nerfed at least a little bit. At least a bit.
Must have time to plan.
Yeah, my weapons are really bad too. I've not had good luck with weapons. I think I have a few essences I can just slap on and probably better. One of my weapons is really bad. Okay, I've got a new prediction. They are going to make it so Elder and Shaper maps rework so they're not annoying as fuck. That's it. Yeah, it takes damage. I'm pretty tanky though. They should just remove the free fights before Shaper, they're just annoying.
I'm glad. Stay.
Does that answer your question? That does so much damage. Who's boss man? Oh, that wasn't boss man? Looks like it. Oh, this is. I don't know what to click for this. I want maps. Guardian maps. I don't know what else I click. It's nothing really.
Hail God's Slayer.
Yeah, you just watch anywhere. What? Come on, game. What do you mean? My clock is broken. The drop is some pirate back thing, yeah. Hey! Yeah, the timer with the big number is character playtime. Map servers are down or something, I guess. Did I save the... I did save the bingo. Hey. There's the bingo. What if it actually just, they just randomly drop it? I want to see them add some cowgirls like this one. Why did they take the server down? It's just a live stream. Server's down to add MTX unironically. Oh shit. You're right. You're right, actually. Spent a week learning armor stacker. I mean, I think that's definitely getting changed. But, I mean, it's definitely getting changed. Will it be a buff or a nerf? I don't know, maybe nerfs. Come on, game, bring the servers up. What am I supposed to do for 30 minutes? Yeah, I could read stupid YouTube comments. That's always good. No, I feel like I've read them all already, though. Okay, well, I got a good Twitter post. Majority of my time playing Last Epoch has been melee builds, and I've never run into this apparent issue of bosses sitting in AoEs for 15 seconds. My experience with melee and PoE is pretty bad, though. And I said, then you haven't got past level 15 or just don't remember. That's such a strange claim to make that I just simply do not remember my hundreds of hours of playtime because I don't agree with your take. Like, what? It's wild. Like, this can't be, this is like... It's wild that you've played for hundreds of hours and then run into boss standing in AoE for either a great length of time or repeatedly. It's just bait. No way! People are... Yeah, maybe he's played for hundreds of hours but hasn't reached level 15 yet.
Archmage
Thanks for
nerf weird
the...
champ.
Thanks for 17-year resub, Tychos. Far too generous? 10, what do you think, 10 days? 10 days? Let Archmage come up for air for one patch and they're gonna drown it again? Yeah, I could see that happening. What is this? What is this image? Like, this is the picture Ziz uses for their reaction stream? What is going on? It kind of looks like Steel is picking Ziz's nose. I mean, ear. For minions? Uh, there's one where they forget to nerf its HP for DD, and DD has a really OP corpse again. Oh, that should actually be on here. What do I replace for that? That should actually be on here. I guess you would know from the reveal. Um, new specters. I don't know. Starter in mind already? I mean, if absolutely nothing changes, then Archmage, but come on, just a few more hours before people read through patch notes. Just bottle it up. Hang on to your chair. You're gonna make it. Is the game back up? No. I don't even know if I want to keep playing. Of a potential cat image. Sounds like you need to subscribe. I can give you the image role. Let me see. Type something. I can't find her name. Thanks for the Prime Dirge grid. I can go for a good Italian sub. Alright, I'm gonna link this in Imager when it starts, and you guys need to keep track because I never do good at that. I never do good at keeping track. Dude. It's just been a timer for 33 minutes and it's past the viewers of the Diablo 4, like, first thing they've revealed of the new their like new expansion. It's like, holy. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong when I think D4 has way more players than PoE. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, that should be a prediction. Yeah, maybe their players are just random people who log on randomly. Oh, they set the on-screen celebration to 10,000 bits. Somebody do it. Somebody do it. What a dog shit feature. I can't believe Twitch doesn't let you turn that off. Yeah, it's only 100. Who's gonna troll them? Which is so stupid. Why can't you disable it? No, you cannot. You can't disable it. You can just put it to the max, which I think is 10,000. Oh, that bidding had to be fake. The best ones. That's true. Servers are back up. I don't want to play for 24 minutes. Maybe I could look at old build of the week videos. I wanna when I do my be right back breaks. I should play these in a corner.
The previous area was a little too easy, so I'm going to Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Each week we release a video showcasing an interesting Path of Exile character build that has been submitted by a player. This is the 8th video in the series and demonstrates a level 67 Wand Marauder called Gift. The player who put together this build explains that his primary design goal was to build a character that would be good at attacking with a wand. He notes that because he's playing hardcore, this build provides great defense because he has the advantage of being able to attack from a distance while also wearing a shield, which even bow characters do not get.
Chris Roberts from Star Citizen? Holy!
Primary wand attacks that this character uses are Frenzy and Power Siphon. Frenzy is linked with greater multiple projectiles and life gain on hit. This makes it useful for ramping up frenzy charges and for gaining life quickly. Power Siphon is the main damage dealing skill and outright kills monsters that are low on life due to its culling strike property. It causes them to gain a power charge for each monster killed. With the Enduring Cry skill, he's able to max out all the different charge types relatively easily. The player who built this character comments that he enjoys playing in groups, and the Conduit Keystone was very close to his other passive skills, so he picked it up. With this Keystone passive, the aforementioned charges are shared with his party. Because wand attacks are projectiles, this build synergizes very well with the projectile weakness curse. Not only does it increase the damage that his wand attacks do, but it gives them a chance to pierce and knock enemies back. The other active skill that this build relies on in high level content is Raise Zombie, which pulls attention away from the character. The zombies also gain the benefits of his auras when nearby. He has added a minion life support gem to his Raise Zombie skill. There's also the Conversion Trap skill available, which is useful to throw into intense situations to gain some additional allies. Like many other Marauders, this character utilizes a combination of life regeneration and the Blood Magic Keystone passive. Blood Magic reduces his mana to 0, but allows him to cast from his life pool.
What is that?
Due to the amount of maximum life and regeneration that these characters have, the mana costs of most skills are almost entirely negated. They basically regenerate it as fast as they're using it to attack. Like many other characters using this engine, he has several auras in the slots on his alternate weapon set. He has selected Wrath, Grace, and Anger because they are the 3 auras that reserve a fixed, rather than percentage amount of mana. Due to the Blood Magic Keystone, this reserves life instead, and he has plenty of that. Overall, he's paying about 11% of his maximum life to receive large bonuses to fire damage, lightning damage, and evasion. He still regenerates the life based on his maximum life, so even if he were reserving a third of his life, he'd probably have similar survivability. This character's passive skill build is quite interesting because it's almost entirely a depth first plunge into the tree. He picked up life and life regeneration passives on the way to Blood Magic. Detouring slightly for more life and life regeneration, he headed for Iron Grip, which applies all of his strength bonuses to his wand damage. He then grabbed even more life on the way to Conduit, which is the skill
Dude, it's a wait! The Scion Life Wheel is not a wheel. I didn't know that. It's just through... Oh, I didn't know that. It wasn't a wheel. There's 3 lines? Oh my god.
Conduit, which is the skill that shares all of his endurance, frenzy, and power charges with his party. He then headed north into Witch territory, grabbing wand passives, more life, and minion instability. This keystone makes his zombies explode when they get...
What? He's minion instability, wandered, zombie, jug?
...low on life. The minion life support gem that he has associated with the skill further increases the damage these explosions deal. He's at a stage now where he can get to the big cluster of wand passives within about 4 levels, as he continues to complete the endgame content.
What do you mean about 4 levels? Did you used to get more passives per level? What do you mean per, in like 4 levels? 4 levels is the travel nodes.
The previous
he means just starts putting points in them.
Area was a little too easy, so I'm going to demonstrate this character in an endgame map area. This level 61 mountain ledge map looks difficult enough. Both of its mods make it harder.
You know what's crazy? The very first portal art for PoE looks better than D4 portals. Why do D4 portals look so bad? Like, they're not even circles. You can see the polygons, and they're, like, fucked up. Why is it like that? Like, the rest of the game looks fine. Why are the portals fucked? No, the MTX portals look like that in D4. like pretty much every portal in the game.
I really enjoy playing this character. I know I say that about most of the ones we feature in these videos, but this one really is a lot of fun. I'm a hardcore player myself, so I deeply appreciate the level of defensiveness that has been built into this Marauder. It's pretty hard to get close to death, and there are options like granite flasks to withstand a few
Holy
seconds
shit,
of
I can't
pain if
afford
things go
bridge.
bad. Its kill speed is pretty good considering this is a level 61 map area with mods, and I'm sure a more skilled player could do better than I am in this video. The thing that I like most about this character though is its role in a party. Although I'm not demonstrating party play here, the Conduit Keystone passive means that every charge the character gets.
Fucking Windows noise.
Although I'm not demonstrating party play here, the Conduit Keystone passive means that the Conduit Keystone passive means that every charge the character gets also applies to his party members. This is a big deal because the charges provide a lot of attack speed, critical strike chance, and damage reduction. While being a very capable solo character, this is one you definitely want to have in your party when doing maps in hardcore. I imagine that it's a lot of fun to play in those situations as well. Path of Exile is currently in closed beta. If you'd like to play it before it enters open beta later this year, please buy a supporter pack from pathofexile.com. If you've built a character you'd like us to feature in one of these videos, just let us know on the forums. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and consider...
Okay, now riddle me this. It's from 2012. Why are the animations somehow better than
following
ones
us on
from
Twitter
12?
and Facebook. Thanks very much. Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
He has like a different audio setup every video.
This is our second Path of Exile Build of the Week video, which focuses on an interesting character that one of our players has submitted to us. In this week's news, we unveiled the first screenshot of Act 3's town and posted its music on the audio section of our site. We also released some snippets of voice acting that we've been working on. Feel free to check them out at pathofexile.com. The character that I'm showing today is Zril's witch called Liraz. I'm sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong. This character
Leave Whirling Blades? Wait, I thought Whirling Blades is that old? For some reason I thought Whirling Blades came out like when Act 4 came out or something.
caught my eye because it's a pretty successful attempt at creating a melee witch using a few interesting synergies. He's primarily using two combat skills, Elemental Hit for fighting single targets, and Cleave for multiple targets. Let's first examine his passive skills. This is the current version of Path of Exile's passive skill tree. It currently has around 30
The old tree looks so weird.
1,300 to 1,400 nodes, which support a large degree of character customization. Each character starts at different locations, with a witch starting here. The most important passive that he chose first is this keystone called Eldritch Battery, which converts all of his energy shield to mana. You may wonder why this is a good idea, considering his
It used to put it to mana and not...
character is designed for close quarters melee combat, where the energy shield would be useful, but the additional
Well, you should imagine Archmage builds with
mana
it.
allows him to use several auras that increases lethality and survivability. Most of his passive allocation occurs closer to the Templar starting area. In addition to picking up elemental damage passives, he grabbed a large number of defensive combat skills. This choice of Inner Force is interesting because it boosts the effects of the 4 auras that he uses. One thing that I find fascinating about this character's itemization is that they use items of many different rarities for different purposes. Their boots and belt are magic, allowing them to stack different stats that they want, in this case life. They also have a good set of melee rares, and of course specific uniques that define the build that they want. The unique weapon they are using here is Ephemeral Edge, which has 3 useful properties for them: Mana Leech, a big boost to critical strike chance, and a 48% increase to their overall energy shield. This energy shield boost is entirely turned into mana because of the Eldritch Battery keystone that they chose. They're also using Vol's Protector, a unique armor which grants them a power charge whenever they deal a critical strike. It halves their mana total, but they have plenty to spare. The player's flask choices support this build as well. Because he has so much mana and mana regen, he doesn't need to have any mana flasks, instead using 3 health flasks and 2 special purpose utility flasks. The Granite Flask adds 10,000 armor for 4 seconds, which is
Imagine if Granite Flask still gave 10,000 armor.
useful in situations where you are being swarmed. The Diamond Flask causes all hits to become critical strikes for 1.5 seconds, allowing the player to get a lot of power charges.
Dude, this is what PoE 2 flasks are gonna be again. Okay, probably not, but probably closer to this than what we have now.
Just from their unique armor. I'm going to show you his active skills next, but I need to leave town to find some monsters to fight. The area that I'm demonstrating here is a level 53 area, which is about 3 levels above this character.
These videos are kind of like ASMR videos.
So the first thing I need to do is cast his auras. This aura here is Grace, which increases evasion. I'm also going to cast Anger, which adds fire damage, Wrath, which has lightning damage, and Discipline. This increases the energy shield that he has, which of course is entirely turned into mana. Now as you can see, these auras reserve a portion of mana from the top of his bulb. Thankfully, he has plenty because of the way he's built his character. In terms of the combat skills he has, as I mentioned before, Elemental Hit allows him to strike specific melee targets for quite a lot of damage. You can see I use the Enfeeble Curse there, which reduces the damage that the monsters deal, making it much less risky to fight them. As you can see, the character currently has passive power charges orbiting around it. These increase the critical strike rate. As you can see, it went up to 15% for a few seconds there while he had them. You'll notice each time you get a critical, it generally freezes the opponent. Each power charge, of course, allows me to have a greater chance of getting criticals, further increasing the mayhem. This could be seen if I drink the flask that allows me to get criticals with every hit.
Get wasted. I mean, bodied.
As you see, for a few seconds there, I was able to basically one-hit the enemies, getting a lot of power charges. The character is also built to use Whirling Blades, which is primarily a movement skill in this context, although they can use it to go through enemies like that. It's very useful for getting in and out of combat if they need to. During combat there, I used the Granite Flask to get 10,000 armor. This enabled me to resist some of the damage that I was taking.
What if PoE 2 is exactly like this? Been 10 minutes on 4 white monsters. Oh, use a health flask. Oh, you're getting low.
I like this build a lot. I have a soft spot for melee witches. Most witches are built as casters, so it's really nice to see one that's this effective in merciless difficulty using a melee weapon. I also like the fact they used uniques in an intelligent way and abused one of the keystones so that they're able to use so many auras at once. Path of Exile is currently in closed beta. If you'd like to play it before it enters open beta later this year, please buy a supporter pack from pathofexile.com. If you've built a character that you'd like us to feature in one of these videos, please let us know on the forums. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and consider following us on Twitter and Facebook. Thanks very much for watching. Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Each week we put together a video.
His audio changes every video.
Highlighting a character build from Path of Exile that a player has submitted to us.
Every
This is our 6th
video.
video, and the last one to be filmed with the 0910 patch. From next week's video, all characters shown will be ones made with the new 0911 passive tree. The character I'm demonstrating today is Kamaya, a ranger made by Renato Baal. This is a pretty complicated build. The owner of the character has posted a full description of the build and all of the choices in the forum. I'll only be covering the most important combinations in this video, but there's plenty of other stuff going on. I'll put a link to his post in the description of the video. At its core, this character is about passively killing monsters while tanking damage. It does this in 3 ways.
Every video, you just
Firstly,
get so
the character
excited
has a
that he
ludicrously
throws
high
the
block
microphone and
chance.
needs to buy a new one.
Without any skills active, he manages to get his block rate to 68% by picking every relevant shield passive that he has access to.
The entire tree is just block chance. Just block chance and then some damage.
Note that this passive skill tree layout here is the old one, which becomes outdated tomorrow. His block rate is increased to 72% with the use of Tempest Shield, which deals lightning damage to attackers when they are blocked. He has augmented his Tempest Shield with 4 support gems, including substantial boost to critical strike rate.
Dude, I wish I played.
When you deal critical
I wish
strikes
I
with lightning
played the
damage,
build
the
with
enemy becomes shocked,
Orbistorms and
which
Tempest
increases the
Shield.
damage it takes by 40% for a while. Due to his high critical
That seems
strike rate,
OP.
enemies frequently become shocked multiple times. The Elemental Proliferation support gem spreads this shock state out to nearby enemies so that the entire group is substantially more vulnerable to damage. The second way that this character deals damage to monsters is through the Molten Shell skill. This is a protective shield that you can cast which absorbs damage from your armor or when you block. Once enough damage has been absorbed, it explodes. If the enemies are in the shocked state that was previously mentioned, then the damage can be very large. In order to tank better and absorb more damage, the Enduring Cry skill is used. To prevent monsters being as much of a threat, the Enfeeble Curse should be cast on them. This curse was chosen over other alternatives because it doesn't hamper the monster's ability to continue to trigger blocks from your shield. In addition, the Iron Reflex's Keystone passive has been chosen to help boost armor values, by converting evasion from sources such as the Grace Aura. The third way that the character kills monsters is with a Detonate Dead totem.
Oh, now
By
we're
itself,
talking.
Detonate Dead explodes a nearby monster
This
corpse
is
to
a
damage
build.
enemies. When combined with the totem support gem though, the job of targeting the skill and paying for the mana cost is done by the totem, so it can be done in parallel while you fight the
Finally.
remaining monsters. Because there are so many enemies dying and being reduced to low life, this totem quickly mops up the remaining monsters. He has also augmented this skill with a chance to ignite support gem. For fighting
Holy
single
Ignite
targets,
DD,
Viper Strike is
yes.
used. This one is important because it works well with a low damage melee weapon, such as the Divinarius unique dagger that he is using. This is typically a caster dagger, but the increased spell damage, critical strike rate, and area of effect are important for this build. To demonstrate this character, I'm going to travel to the Broken Bridge area in Merciless difficulty.
What was the?
Before engaging the monsters,
What
it's
is-
important.
What is Maelstrom?
Before engaging the monsters, it's important
Is it-
to
it's
know
just the
Grace
map?
Aura, Tempest Shield, and Molten Shell. You then repeatedly recast Molten Shell each time it pops, killing a bunch of monsters. The Detonate Dead totem is really good for finishing off the group. Against single targets you can use Viper Strike. It's very satisfying rounding up quite a large group, watching them all explode together.
I mean, you do suffer from incontinence, don't you, though? It knows. $68,000 people looking at a timer compared to 20-something thousand for D4's expansion
Yeah, that's
reveal.
quite nice.
Pathetic.
I picked this area to demonstrate it because there's quite a lot of relatively simple melee and ranged combat without any caster monsters. The author of the build does actually comment on the forum that his build has quite a vulnerability to casters.
Oh no, even though this is like shit gameplay, when I don't know, when games first come out, I feel like it's kind of good to have gameplay like this.
There is
where
actually a
you
unique amulet that can help him out, and he's looking to trade for
clear
it.
the campaign.
I'll just
and
generate
shit.
one here so you can see what it does.
Oh, he's a hacker.
This is the amulet. As you can see, it's got a 50% chance to block spells, meaning that 50% of your block rate is applied to spells. This has several benefits in this case. It means that both he'll be reducing the damage from the spells because of his huge block chance, but it'll hopefully also be triggering the Tempest Shield
You
and
go in
Elemental
this build on
Proliferation
League
combo,
Start,
further
Tempest
increasing
Shield,
the
Molten Shell
field of
Ranger.
decimation around the character. I've had a lot of fun playing with this build. It's honestly one of the most original that I've seen for quite some time, and it kind of inspires me, to be honest. So Path of Exile is currently in closed beta. If you'd like to play it before it enters open beta later this year, please buy a supporter pack from pathofexile.com. If you've built a character that you'd like us to feature on one of these videos, just let us know on the forums.
Alright. Here we go. Seconds. It feels like it's been so long since one of these, dude. It feels like it's been so long.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear
Oh,
Games.
shit.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today,
Chris
we're going to
Wilson,
show you an
Believers One.
exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalgur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics,
He's
its
back,
new and revised
boys.
crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some
Gladiator
further
and
additions
Assassin.
to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come
Campaign
alongside them.
improvements, Act 3.
Finally, we'll
is
show you our
buffed.
new supporter packs, ending with
You're
a
gonna die
live
in
Q&A
Act 3,
session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director, Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Currency
I'll hand over to
trade
Mark now to
market.
introduce the new league.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect
Oh,
the
yeah,
greatest
dude.
city
Yes, it's
Rayclast
City
has
Builder.
ever seen.
I'm so fucking ready, dude.
We'll need resources and savvy planning.
I'm so ready, dude.
Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune
Oh,
seekers,
shit. Sentinel's
and
back.
of course, pirates.
Told you it's gonna be a banger league, dude.
But if we
Holy
prevail,
fuck,
our
yes.
ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Fuck yes, dude. Respec with gold. Currency exchange market. Wait, my prediction from a long time. Wait, Lord and Ascendancy class. What the fuck was that? Wait, what? What was that? Like the Wildwood is the real Ascendancy now? What was that? I just saw point blank in a crafting bench. Holy shit, boys, they've done it again. What the?
In Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur,
They've done
you will
it
encounter
again.
some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand in Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the
That's
King
a
of
sick
Kalgur,
portal.
has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalgur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalgurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin
That looks
construction.
like my asshole.
On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it.
Is that Crucible?
Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing
Sure.
is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalgurans have hired, must be paid
What
in
is on
cold
R?
hard gold,
I'm blocking it, but...
which you'll notice is now
Oh, no, I'm
dropping
not.
throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets hired into your
I
enterprise.
kind of am.
Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rauf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost.
I'm so
It'll be
fucking
up to
ready,
you to
dude.
hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use. Oh, we found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in King's March to equip them with advanced
Nice.
pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of King's March. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalgur. Eventually you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This...
That looked like a bunch of junk. Okay, there we go, there we go.
Or even this. Today, we're going to trade with Kalgur. You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Reclast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue exploring Reclast while we wait for its return. This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future.
I called it.
Aside from shipping, the Kalgurans are big on their technology. They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalgurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at Endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look, more delegation. Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time.
I mean, if that was 2 minutes per map,
though.
that's still like only 20 minutes you're gonna have to run here.
The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing.
Permanently killed.
Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips. Let's talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces. There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalgur, or defeating powerful bosses.
This is the craziest fucking thing
The
of all
Kalgur
time.
and tech
Holy.
benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, recombination. Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine 2 items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
What did you get?
Between running a town, shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for 2 huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets. And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalgurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the
This is
Heist
like
League.
a long time ago. I said they're gonna
He
try and
allows you
leave
to
mechanic
asynchronously
first.
buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of
I called this, by the way.
price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table, this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases. We're very excited to see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service, offering
Gambling.
items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific
132
in-game
life?
items,
Wait a minute.
which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards.
Did you see that? That thing had 132
It's worth
life.
noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items.
Bro,
As
fuck
your
the
town
hideout, I
grows,
just
it
wanna
will
stay in the
attract
town.
more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalgur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships. You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for
He's
ransom.
doing no damage.
What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for dead in true Ray class fashion. They knew what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items. In sum,
Yes, the
Settlers
block
of
is
Kalgur
lucky.
is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance. Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming. Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights.
Holy,
Further
100%
alongside the
more
Gladiator
damage.
theme, this new passive
If you've
allows
been
you to
fighting it
combine
for,
different
like,
weapon
2 minutes.
types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses. And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield. Or for those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating
New
bosses.
Blade Blast. New Blade Blast.
Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace, and we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of shock,
You can apply up to 50
enhancing
shocks
freeze,
to each enemy. You're not up
and replacing Ignite with Scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is tinctures. These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics. Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses. Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second. Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill. On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the livestream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage. It's also worth noting it no longer knocks enemies back. And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just two examples, but the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20. Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall you're getting more defenses than before. On top of this, we have buffed life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and more on other slots too. Calm's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory, and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life. I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses.
Dude,
for
look at
melee,
the yes
this will
on
mean a
that
damage
thing.
increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and
like
ward
old
for
days.
all builds. Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
Oh shit.
You can now get 4% per charge,
Say spell
alongside
suppression's
the
gone.
existing 4% physical damage reduction. To compensate,
Say
we have
spell
made some
suppression's
changes
gone.
to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges. On top of this, Duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances
What?
as modifiers.
Spell suppression is so gone. Spell suppression
Since we're
is
making
so
elemental
gone.
mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage.
No!
Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree. The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life. Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee.
Oh,
We've reworked
shit.
Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill
It's
simply
melee
provides damage mitigation, becoming more
It's melee
effective the
league.
closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalgurin League, Ward has also received a bit of attention.
I called it.
There are new uniques that grant ward, and the base restoration of ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's resolve has been nerfed, but ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
Oh shit, more
Wands,
minute.
daggers,
There's the
scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before.
Banner's been removed
Rage has
from
been
the
made
game.
more fundamental and
It has
discoverable.
totems. They're just
Rage is now
totems.
multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving, for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using
Some
aggravated
Quinn
bleed
build,
passives
2-second
without
attack
the
time.
annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic
Oh
Find.
shit.
In the
Subgun
Settlers
is
of Kalgur
crying.
expansion, we are going to be removing item
Subgun
quantity
is crying.
bonuses from all character items. This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another access on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now.
What?
This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this, it's going to be a ruckus. In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by
that?
introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalgur.
But we're just gonna put them in
First
the game
up,
'cause
we
think
are
they're
changing
cool.
many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs in maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards. This is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas.
What?
Just one caveat. You cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps.
First and final shots barrage uses fire.
Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise as specters,
DD buff,
and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from the Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the League, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away. However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
oh shit, it's what? They're so troll,
In
dude.
Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps,
packed.
you can
That
now
was just
encounter
Brandon.
the
They're so
Wildwood,
troll.
also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards.
Please tell me it's nerf.
You may also find random sentinels on the ground near the
Oh,
start of your
shit.
maps, from the Sentinel League.
Do they
They
drop the
work in a
pollinators?
similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at
Oh,
any
that's
time
huge.
of your
That's
choosing.
huge.
Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League. It has 2 outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values,
Oh my.
or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing. Good luck!
That's sick.
There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the Cartographer's Chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items, divination cards, and scarabs. It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs.
No, don't make me chisel involved.
Ultimately,
no.
the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content.
No.
Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun, rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league.
Is that a random thing in a map? What is that?
We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Calgur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of Sarn. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Calgur League, and will leave the store forever when it ends.
They have.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect. Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy Flyover level up effect.
What?
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching back attachment. Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow, or not, you pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens. May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell
the
back
bell
attachment.
from PoE 2.
Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just spectate from the sidelines.
Holy camera angle.
The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning. Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos.
A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times.
And Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues. Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it. The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues.
That's kind of sick.
The Exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalgur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalgur League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Now, we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A.
Yeah, we do.
We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2.
Shit.
We have been taking sign-ups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalgur's full patch notes. With release at the end of next week,
Well,
our community
they've
team will be
done it
posting
again.
crucial information you'll need for Settlers of
They
Kalgur's
have
release. Keep an eye on the
Completely
news.
and utterly
On release
embarrassed
weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box
Blizzard.
and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new endgame strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
They have just... They've done it again. That is... Oh my god. That is the... by far the biggest league ever.
Good morning, Exiles. We are live from...
Holy, they're using my webcam.
studios here in New
What is
Zealand.
that?
Three of us in person today for the first time ever for a very exciting and massive Q&A after some real whiplash from some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like, you guys just kind of got in a room together and set up the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
End of the day, really, it's we have this much time, we have this many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there, but we are only talking about Path of Exile 1
sure,
today,
for sure.
and you gave it plenty of space to shine, and we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on, and some very experimental content as well. And with all of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly, I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys, and I've seen this theory floated around a lot, of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now?
I guess I don't really see it that way because, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. We're going to, it really is just, the standard lead cycle, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's certainly not the case. We're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of Kalgur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first.
Did I like
so it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right, since you can't trade it between players. And that means that it actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? What's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. Test this, because the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, like in the office, right? Like it is simply, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that. And that's just, one of the few areas where that's like that. What we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, the core game as soon as we've done with that, ideally without too many tweaks. And then that'll be good, but we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay.
Right,
the stuff
for
we
sure.
like doing.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean that really helps. And as I said, like
The
this
wife
system,
left
you know,
me.
like it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE 2 as well. Like it's really nice to to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this.
Legacy League
Like
was
the
when it
intention
sits
is to
there
go
for 3
further, and
months. I mean,
so this is
6
effectively
months,
the
dude,
first
the
part.
size of
But
this-
yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you
I
know.
don't know, dude.
There is also one thing about this, and just
6
because it
months
maybe
might
wasn't
be
clear, is that
appropriate for this.
despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need
I
to
don't know,
engage with
dude.
the
6
league
months
to
might be appropriate for
use
this
the
patch.
gambling, use the respecing, or use the currency
Holy
exchange.
fuck,
So
dude.
despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more
I mean,
experimental with it and seeing how it goes.
Big, but
Like, if you don't like the league's mechanics,
just
it's not like those are gated
ungodly,
behind
like
that as well. I
hinging
just wanted to
on-
clarify that just in case
I
anyone
wanna
was like,
say it's,
thinking,
like,
I
almost
don't want
too
to.
much.
You can just invite
And I
Faustus into
never
your
say
hideout and
stuff
then
like
just use him
that.
for that, and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
Yeah. Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very,
Yeah.
very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in, done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but that's generally the summary of it. It doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and
oh
all
my
of that comes
God.
alongside it. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then? And that's kind of the intention.
That
here.
is certainly our intention. It's
Yeah.
just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So yeah, like it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip. just in case.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So like, let's be realistic here.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like the items it was producing were like those really well rolled rares. What's the idea behind the gold-based gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And it's as you get
There's
higher
so
and
much
higher
crazy
level,
shit, dude. There's
I
so
guess
much
as you
shit I
upgrade your
can't
tavern,
believe
I
right
guess
now.
technically sort of, but also as you just get
This is
higher
gonna take
level,
me like a week
it
to
upgrades
process.
the modifier tier rating, which was a
This is gonna
term
be like-
some people might not know, but it was used in Necropolis League, which effectively
feel
cuts
like
off the
a
bottom
pretty
X
different game.
tiers that can generate. So the items by endgame will be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the
end of
idea
Solid
of
Fire with that
how can we
currency
make rares
exchange?
more
I
viable
mean,
than uniques. Like quite a lot of the
it
balance things
could
are
be.
actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific
fucking
uniques,
crazy,
like
dude.
for sure. And so yeah, we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. Like if less uniques become mandatory. So that's as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
So with that being an attractive expenditure of gold, how much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE 2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But this is something that
we don't want to. It certainly should feel like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like, it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right
Yeah.
answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an alch when you're leveling your first character to feel like an alch.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
oh,
don't
this
want
should
them
be
to
chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And what experience gives them the most negative reaction?
For sure,
it's often trade.
Be
And especially,
so
and I
fucking
can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy. What was I trying to buy on the currency market? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and
time for a
ammo.
thumbnail for the reaction
And
video. On
you
YouTube.
get 100 people on the trade website. I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? Zero. People replied to me. Now I know you're meant to scroll down because all the top people are just bad actors.
Screenshot
and then
it.
it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one
Did you get
replied.
it?
And then like other,
Did you get it?
so I was just like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually one of, or was hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at Endgame.
It was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay,
corner,
if this is the number one problem,
D4
how
a
are we
trash
not
can.
taking some sort of stride to solve it? And
That is
so
the
that's
Blizzard.
kind
Blizzard
of
as a
where,
whole.
well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something
Blizzard and
around
trash
that.
can.
Because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So, yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, as opposed to entirely like how
I
can we
make
add
some of
cool
the
content. It's like, how can we
thumbnails.
do both of these things
Some
at
of
the
them
same time?
Tom
And I
Fights
feel like
makes.
a lot of what's going on in
He
this
just likes
patch
to make
is
random
with that
thumbnails
philosophy
that have
as
nothing to
opposed
do
to
with those
just
videos I
here's
make,
cool
so
stuff,
I might as well
it's
put 'em to
solving
work for the
problems
videos
and
I do
adding
make.
cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful.
If you see a thumbnail
Like, I
and it's
tried
really
to in that live stream. I
unhinged
tried to voice my
fucked
disgust
up,
at when I said talk
it's
about price
probably
fixes and
cum
people who
fights.
don't reply. But like, if
It
you
is
had got
fun.
my
I think
actual
it's fun
emotional
making
reaction, I would have
thumbnails.
probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much
I
as I
am
could.
worried
so
that it showed the maps
it's
you put
huge
in
and it
that
really
bar
pays
with only
into,
like 2
the
minutes
Scarab
each, so that
changes and
means you're
stuff
gonna have to
recently
go
as
there
well,
every
so
20 minutes and fill it
we'll
up
talk
with
more
more
about that
maps.
later, but the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word.
Right?
So yeah, anything, so
I am a
obviously
little
it
worried about
can't
a
work with
few
things like
things.
maps and so on because they don't,
But
they're
holy
not
shit,
all
what a
identical.
crazy
It's just
fucking
anything
league.
that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack. Is ultimately the goal. Yeah.
Can run my
so yes,
chimeras?
that-
Oh,
use the
shit,
existing
you're
trade
right.
system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level. Things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
I hope
div
nobody
cards are
cares
okay.
too
Yep.
much about
Yep.
QA. I'm not
Anything
really
that is
listening. I just have it on waiting for
stackable,
patch
that-
notes, but I'm sorry,
So many
which
of
is
them,
making me
so-
play ads.
Anything
for
that's
3
stackable and
minutes.
has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like
I
it will list
apologize.
like the
There's a
13 most
timer, and if I
common
don't
trade
click run
pairs
ad
for
before
each
it
item.
ends,
And
my
Yeah, so
computer
this is the thing
explodes.
because with this trade system, you can technically trade any item for any other item, because
Yeah.
that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade
Valdo maps are
something,
gonna have like a 1%
then it's going to
chance
say
to
like
complete
here's
without
the most
your
popular
runner
several
dying or
things that
something.
people trade for the sword,
How's Schizo?
trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting
It
into
can
stock
be
market
pretty
terms
schizo.
here. The first
Make-
five
make it
first 5 price
comprehensible,
levels in the
though.
order book.
Like,
so that's
really
to say you can see
hammer
like
the fact that he's
what the
shitting
how
on
many things
Blizzard.
are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon.
Yep.
They'll have, I guess we'll have
I mean, some people are going to love that.
yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market. But it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade. Still.
Yeah. So just that's worth being, because some people when they see the video, they're oh okay, it's just like you're trading with the system somehow, or there's some kind of like market thing with the system like determines a price or something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like I'm buying this, I'm selling this, someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that.
And the prices are all set by players. It's not you guys setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or that got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory
You don't
first
wanna,
and
like,
then
set
do
my
it. So you
alarm when I go
can,
to sleep to go
because
off every
people
2
might
hours
be
so I
wondering,
know
okay, if I want to sell or
put shit in my
trade
account.
away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory. As long as it is in their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a
I'm a
given
little
currency
worried
in a
about
single
stuff like that.
exchange.
I'm a little
if you
worried
have that
about
much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe,
So
control
good.
right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type
Thank
into
you,
your
my
stash.
hands.
and vice versa.
My 35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
Well, that's certainly the plan for PoE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, well, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. Like this part, I think though is like solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time.
I feel like it could be more like as PoE 2 gets closer to being done, they can have more people working on PoE 1.
To get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been the, we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go like full candle graphs and all that stuff?
I'm sure at some point.
To.
I'm sure at some point this will start to happen. We'll have community like websites of like all the technical
plugins.
Indicators and like all that sort of stuff.
Mad Money YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing. It's just goes over the basics and hopefully, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do.
Going off the loose
but it is
end
pretty
crazy
straightforward.
power
You
creep
just,
now, I think.
It can be
I think they're
easy
gonna
to
care in PoE
fare
2,
yourself
but I
out
think
of
PoE
buying or
1, all
selling
bets are
stuff
off.
because you may be
This
like,
is whatever.
I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides
make
all
it
that
as
stuff for
crazy as
you. It's
possible.
pretty straightforward, but still. So hence putting out a video to try and help people out, you know, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and we'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalgur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League. That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response, I think, was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, "Well,
catch
maybe."
Like Pokemon things,
you know.
So it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like it was pretty crazy. And so it kind of it got put into a more sort of like PoE applicable like way. But that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
it was coming from again the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each. And then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start. And we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalgur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, you know, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here,
Andy.
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalgur making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff like, it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, like we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2, might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there, world-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, Expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets,
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn, that was I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it. Aside from this little bit of water, there's just land. The rest of it.
Balls. Wait a minute.
I've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure. But I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of like, I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that concept content like in maps then?
Yeah, so you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2, and there are 5 different outcomes. Kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5. And so you can find different minerals. So the first is crimson iron. Crimson iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time.
Think of the gambling
so it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old... you had the old like shock, well, you got the shock nova and firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The third is petrified amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
it's a bit Wildwood,
the mods come with.
It?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though magic finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever it is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person, because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area, and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Calgarians love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like, interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time. And so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. Good. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
This guy,
Okay. It's in-game, very much in-game.
So
quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing that's in the area.
And you've got the bosses like attacking your town. And
there's a couple of other things like that. So yeah, there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that, that more so than what was kind of explained.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5. So yeah, 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Right. Perfect. Yeah, those are everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league.
Yes, of course.
Good. Sure. It all comes back to that.
It is expected, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yeah, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, yes.
That touches on the next question, and the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about, is the somewhat controversial area of game design, timers, right? So we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like, what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league, that was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you can queue days of work, and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying. And then anything too long feels like a mobile game. Right? So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think, I will note, like I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Calgary. That's the one that has the longest distance, of the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town. At the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing... it's not highly annoying, and also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like, I'm level let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping and you send your shipping and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, yeah, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, yeah, you're not having to come back every, like, you know, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking, you know, put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, you know, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, you know, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right? We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, you know, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have, it just does that.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, yeah, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't
association.
pay to skip any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. The concept of a timer is scary to start with, but I'm also on the other hand not going to, you know, sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that, you know, on the other hand I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but you know,
you want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, you know, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure. But I'd say I'm more on definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. You know, whether they work out or not.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're like, you don't have to like stay logged in, online to speed things up. Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously like if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens like ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. Like if you can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with like map tiers and map effects, stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with like map quantity? So your mods?
Yep. Gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it. If you can't trade it, then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously. with obviously the new enhanced item pickup radius, and the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of like giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk-reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? Like, how much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that like instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts roll up into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, like you can just be like, I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can, and send a shipment that's like maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like, you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, okay.
You will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, like, how does that work with the? When's that getting paid? Like, do you get overdrafted account fees? Like, what are we doing with you?
So you have to take so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold in the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not like just randomly losing your gold, that you're like, okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. And all of a sudden it's just like draining it, and you're like, can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map.
There's just
ever
seen in a
add,
fucking
drag,
video game.
set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And yeah, they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Rayclast, no.
No worker protection in Rayclast.
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and you're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a.
They're like competitive for top tier.
We're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team. But they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines.
From what I've heard, it seems like Melee is
cracked
up
when I saw
bonkers.
the map running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah. Seems
so
bonkers.
Do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
but
simulation.
you effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because what if it's like you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now we can too.
Whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So.
And you're telling me that if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you?
Yep. If you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully, it's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll get 50%
are
of
they
the
burning
items.
6 portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. If you're not sending elite people, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality map runners just as there is in Exile players.
If you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I failed.
The first pack.
But yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
So what's like the most sketch, like juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully a prop corrupted T17 with, you know, whatever else is bloody on it.
I mean, spam, but I mean,
or 16. Right. I mean, they'll probably they might get. Sometimes you actually it's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be
Good
cleared.
luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds, and then they fail. And you're like, oh, they just died.
Portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Yeah, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't
oh
happen that often. And again, it is
Quinn
mostly
League.
avoidable by being...
This is the perfect Quinn League, dude. Quinn's never gonna do a map. Quinn is never doing a map again.
like kings while they do the peasant work in fields.
Quinn
Crazy.
is
How did you
never leaving
resist
the
temptation
town.
to
Dude,
go
this is,
not go super
oh
hard on
my
this?
God, the
Let us
perfect Quinn
gear
League.
them and make parties and
I don't
change their
know.
loot filters.
Well,
I don't know if this is
like,
a free
early
slot
on,
here anymore.
There was all sorts of there was all sorts
He's
of stuff
gonna be
like that
logged
we were
in
talking
for
about.
months,
Like
dude. He
you know,
doesn't- he
there was
can
like
just
we were
sit
going
in
like full
town and
mercenary
watch the
system with all
timer
sorts of stuff
tick
for a
down.
while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to in the end.
Yeah, I guess we still need to
like
get gold.
the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know this massive
NPC
expansion?
map?
Yeah.
This is actually the downscoped version. We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much though. Like it was too
out
much
of control.
management, too much like not good.
So
Different so much going on
different
here.
league's problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right. So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going. Like you guys also showed runesmithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting, but as enchantments. These rune words, are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe. You start with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, "Oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune."
Oh,
and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean,
Nice.
the Kalgurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one-hand or two-hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon. But with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And each thing goes on specifically one weapon, and what it allows you to do is so we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds, cool.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's reckon every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping, which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like, if you trade to the Kalgurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now, it isn't... There's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order, so after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 vericium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so you know, it's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing. That's from, also another feature that was in there.
Grinding up your gear.
And yep, you get a lot more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them, because they will give you the most. They will give you the most.
So
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
generally it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
For sure. I mean, it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more dust. Tickets at good items. Well, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items, you know? Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another thing, recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
There's 2 things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It combines the items and that's what it does.
The items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic, like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged 2 items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with, because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah. That's good. I like that scalability, that you can use it early.
Holy fuck.
Or even like early maps, you know, something to feel super punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, ASCII art.
But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this means. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
a thing that you can randomly find in maps to get more loot.
Okay, that filter thing had to have been
and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign
yet,
stuff, making the campaign more interesting, just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep, why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes
especially
anything away.
for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not
they
your play.
They can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more impactful
true.
as a result. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage,
I'm not
just talking about like
stopping you.
this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're...
It's always a boss fight. Yep. Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your ship will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't. If you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive Scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went, the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it, because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there. Sure, like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker, I like to push the boundaries and all that, you are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just for the team as well. And it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? It was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like what is the difficulty of what that results in. Like, is it okay? Like, is the difficulty versus reward correct for what the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there was a Reddit thread, and I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques?
Yeah.
And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, mate, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map. In a single map.
Dude,
and I'm not talking. I'm not talking a 6-man
insane.
group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy, and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs,
Which I think
and
they've
yet
been
there were
wanting to
certain
do for a
cases,
while.
and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like. It had a list of modifiers that was the entire
like
screen.
Molten Strike or
we were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, well, where are we at?
Like
which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150
double
damage?
Right?
And you're like, that
you
sounds
get double
excessive.
damage from
like,
this.
Well,
because it'll be
100%
increased damage taken.
But it's still top off-screen, bottom off-screen.
This gives you 80% more damage, and you'll charge it really quickly.
And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole res in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by
per 0.2 seconds per ailment. So that's going to charge super fucking quickly.
Even abusing anything or exploiting
Bark
anything
skin's
or doing
really
anything
good.
Legitimate. Like
this
and
node
the problem
looks
is,
really
that's
good.
where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf all X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this
node's really good. You put an additional scorch.
Right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying, and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so yeah, anyway, a lot of it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average, above average, even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your.
For damage, you probably go up like this L right here.
The end game here, like
I guess not really an L, it's a circle,
really
but
opened up over this past couple of leagues.
Go up like this,
100%.
and then you get bark
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this with PoE 1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks.
Yes and no.
As a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state. And a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate
Yeah,
to.
maybe double
I
tap,
personally, and you could convince me. You could, or not convince me. You could tell me I'm wrong about this. You might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like play it safe, do something a small patch and give it there. And yeah, sure, it's safe. Less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like. I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. Yeah. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety. But like, I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. I think it's refreshing. I think for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content. And we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not just like an absolute joke now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect
Speaking
on the
of
monsters,
crack,
it's
dude, I
kind
might
of
have
like,
to take that
this
up
is like
for
getting
this
a little
league.
on the bosses, I should say. It's like this is getting a little bit
I
out of
might
hand.
have to
Like, how can I
take
dodge
that
this
up for
mechanic
this
that is larger
league.
than the
Oh,
arena?
shit.
You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and the changes to T17s implicitly, it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well. That should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to, be enjoying those as opposed to, because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. When you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process as opposed to it again just being like out go and run.
Yeah,
and
this
that can be
bingo
quite,
might happen.
Where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to either one, it should be avoidable or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take.
These could happen too.
I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and Go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just, the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards.
Yeah, I'm curious to
and
see
so it's like, well, that's
currency
just going
ratios
to
and
massively
what
increase the
happens.
amount of chaos orbing someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on
Holy,
average,
a
it's gonna take
gamer
about
chair.
10, 20
Hey, wait, the
rerolls to
background's
produce
beans.
a map you wanna
Why is the background
run on this character.
beans?
But my hope is that some people at least
You see that?
look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can
The
still run it.
background is beans.
You know, so it's not always just like I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit, or changing something, or subbing something out, or it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that, and these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off?
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the
area is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them, where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple. We've removed a few of those, like
barrels gone.
Sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league, because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze, and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
But it's just kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So we're not obviously going in that path anymore. But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, I mean, some of them are probably, There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like were out of control. All of a sudden the corpse is exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead and then like missed Revenants.
Good stuff, yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion and like
Classic.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just
you know,
seen
like,
discussion.
I don't mean
on
from
that
you. I just
topic
mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for. And that's the real difference, is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance.
Yeah.
But then also if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse,
now,
except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything. I mean,
in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of you're not expected to necessarily, if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily have, they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. It should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel completely just it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFK-able slash, and I don't mean actually AFK-able, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is... so I actually just want there to be... there is one safe house, and that... and so all four connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's effectively Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. You can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's screw all that, I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible, so I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so yeah, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because
think
we have
doing
never been able to
Katarina's-
get that
remember
balance,
when
and I
it-
don't even know if that's
it
possible.
used to be that
You're always
Katarina
either going to
was,
want to
useless to do.
never run Katarina
And you
because it
just had a
destroys your
million
board state,
lines across
or you
the board.
always run Katarina
You farm
because the
everything
Veiled
but
Orb.
her.
And so I want to divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want. Or, and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
All right,
So.
let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, because I love a good, thick crafting league. And it certainly ended up very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic, not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting like full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood. It was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of like lots of figuring out, what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, I even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those like meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit,
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses, trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory. And it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so, yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still, it was like, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons learned for sure. Yeah.
All right. Cool. The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which PoE has a fair bit of. And
For sure. And again, we again with the league being like, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we like to try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, learning from all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So we had finally the much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue? Ultimately melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it.
What was the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out?
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
It's bad. Yeah.
And so effectively we needed to do something about that to make it so that just hit things is a more viable path. I think that's just really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about maybe there's some way to make it so that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure let's just get rid of any of these barriers, and I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. It should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them, and that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards,
like build checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more... considering when you've got this league, you're going to have runesmithing, you've got the obviously quality changes applies to unique, you've got the new modifiers on rare items, you've got we haven't buffed the life on every unique, we've buffed it on Kelms. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally, so that rare item, it's not it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn and wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially with melee this time round. And on top of that, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so you they're just more obvious and you can figure them out. And also just, yes, hit things and they die, and not feel so like, okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. But that is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently and thus get more items and more power, of course. Right, we're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well, playing devil's advocate a little bit, the new banners, is that kind of just melee totems again?
I mean, not in this... Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are... It depends what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them. And I do like the idea that there is... skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effects for seconds, and then you can place it again. And sure, it might end up being like on rotation. It's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, waiting like doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be. I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and yeah. The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk. We're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things. That if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire, but don't worry, it's part of the question.
People can wait.
We've made sure to we've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of like experience per hour testing. We've got like, time testing. We've got like our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. We've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's like find out where the thing should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
In a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating. Wow. So we've got like new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference. So we're just adding more here. It is more clear, like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
Corpse to cast.
We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans.
No.
But, okay. Who knows? Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone reading those patch notes.
Yeah, good luck.
It'll take a while.
Yeah.
We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I'd have to be reading it.
Pick your favorite streamer. Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Detonate dead. There's no detonate dead. Archmage. No Archmage bug either. Buff. Mind over matter. Holy shit. Unbreakable. The Unbreakable Ascendancy skill no longer has 8% of armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from hits, and now has 50% of armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. I mean, actually, he just goes Zabiqua. I mean, you pretty much go Zabiqua endgame and Jug anyways. It's not really a nerf. Early game it definitely is, but adorned. Oh, only 100%. Zabiqua? Oh, Lancing Steel of spraying. No longer has the physical tag. No longer has added physical damage. Okay. So cock DD is fine? Divine Flesh? You might have been removed from the game. Why? 'Cause it's not mentioned anywhere? Or what? Check player. Player balance? Oh. Corpses spawned by the desecrated and corpse slot skills now have a flat 50% chance to match respectors rather than 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from. Right. Spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills such as Raise Spectre or Bone Offering. DD's gone. Holy. Finally. I'm kind of sad though. I mean, that was a fun build. Completely deleted, dude. What's a good meme for this? DD is gone. What's that? What's their meme? That meme, there's something is gone? I don't know. Oh, wait. The max level of corpses now spawned is up to 80. Wait, why even nerf that? Oh my god, it really is dead. They were dead anyways. Oh damn, dude. They fucking shot it 18 times in the head. With a nuke. Jesus. That was unnecessary, man. Why'd they have the... Oh my god, it's actually just deleted. Determination gives half of the flat armor now. How much weaker is it without specters? Not worth playing. Not even close to worth playing. Champion. You have 15 fortification. As swap position and stuff grants. Wait, unstoppable hero no longer grants 20% increased attack speed while fortified 500 armor evasion or cannot be stunned out. Instead, it now provides nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Champion is only a support class now? Champion's only a support now. Champion's dead. Oh my god. This is the meta shakeup, dude. Holy fuck. It's gonna be a completely different game. Dear God. What about Atlas tree? Atlas? Okay, it's not too many. It's not too many. Domination. An additional evolving shrine. Yeah, that's dead. Boy. Oh my god. Beef is dead, what? Do I have to click expand all or something somewhere? Oh, you can't anoint beef. They put an embarrassed face. Well, I mean, it's still there. You just can't anoint beef. Oh my god, this is so much, dude. This is so much. This is so much. Ball lightning. Okay, fine. Hierophant, okay. Okay, I don't think Archmage has touched the doll. I think Archmage is good. Foible. Yeah, I think Archmage is good. No, DD is gone. DD is the hardest I've ever seen a build shot, actually. Out of straight up removing like the skill gem, that's the hardest I've ever seen a build get deleted, I think. Then They Dead is like unplayable now. Yeah, I said outside of things that is just removed. Divine Blessing dead. The Divine Blessing support has been removed and existing versions of this item will be deleted upon logging in. You can't even, you should just be able to keep it in standard. Standard should not be deleted. Don't log in then. Easy. Oh my god. This is so much shit, I might just, I don't know, log off and then log in the morning and get drunk and read it. Some little morning drinking, I don't know. My fucking god, man. Player spawned corpses are, I don't even need to see that already. Player spawned corpses are no longer affected by mods on maps. Oh my god, a triple shot! Dude, it's already dead. Leave it alone. It's already dead. It is already dead. There's maps that had increased life but affect your corpses and give you more damage. It doesn't even matter. Even if this wasn't there, DD is dead. Dude, DD is on the ground bleeding out and someone's just stomping on him. Oh my god. No more item quantity bonuses. A major change we have made alongside the above is that we have changed a lot of the quantity and rarity bonuses on monsters to prevent things multiplying out of the control at the very top end. There are cases where they're utilized by fewer than 100 players total in the league, and they're able to yield tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of unique items dropping in every map. Well, not even in a party, and had such a monopoly on the unique items market. This wasn't them exploding a game mechanic, this was just the maximum capacity rewards. By us changing this, it severely limit the runaway cases without affecting the average experience of users, or even above average users at all. It's very much still until you can push the rewards and difficulty of content to it feeling excessive without having to sacrifice the integrity of the league's economy. Let's see, will I notice? These notes are looking like a get blackout drunk to avoid getting super bored with reading this shit. Essence drain. 20% more damage bonus. I don't drink often. Alcohol is stupid. Ellie hit of the spectrum. Wait. It got buffed? Ellie hit of spectrum got buffed. Lightning arrow. Use it like an alcoholic, but for half of a soda can over and over? Okay. I feel attacked right now. That's too accurate. I always leave shit in my cans. Damn, they shit on Champion, dude. I mean, if you're doing like corpse stuff with cremation, yeah, it's dead. The renamed auto exertion now reserves 15% mana per support of Warcry. Oh. Oh. It now reserves 50% mana per support Warcry. It causes Warcries to be repeatedly triggered. Oh. Oh. Now support multiple Warcries no longer causes Warcries to share cooldowns. I guess everybody is self-casting Warcries. Wait. Looks like the live stream is back. What? I think you're losing it. Automation's the same. Wait, so how do you? Okay, this might be a stupid question. How do you get instant war cries now? How do you get instant war cries? Like, can you get them? I mean, like, if you is there a way you can cast them yourself and they're instant? Some war cry wheels. And they're pretty instant. I mean, it was a node on the tree, but it's gone now. Wait, enduring cry. No longer grants a brief burst of life regen or a buff, which grants resistance and phys damages based on your endurance charges. So the user get a buff that grants life regen. 2% of life regen. What? It still gives endurance charges. Oh my god. No longer grants a buff, it grants you bonus armor melee range. Instead, it grants Ellie res and +1 to all max Ellie res per power. Scaling up to 3.4 seconds. Okay, isn't this gonna feel like shit though without... Actually, I think they increased the range on things. Or never mind, they removed it on Molten Strike. They removed it? Wait a minute, what the fuck? How the fuck are you gonna hit things? Now it's like ultra melee. Are you the same guy on Twitter that just replied to me? Calm down, bro. It's a game. Is this you? Simmer down, Buster. Video game. Don't type again. Don't type again. Okay? Video game. Rage Vortex? Is max rage 30 now? Wait. Where do you see it doesn't have fizz tag? Or no longer has added fizz damage at all levels. Hmm. Chance the bleed can support minions now? That's the dancing dervish thing. Dancing dervish unique sword no longer has manifested dancing dervishes. Disable both weapon slots and now has cannot be used while manifested, meaning you can now weapon swap after manifesting dervishes and still use items in your second weapon sets. Oh, Defiance of Destiny now causes you to gain the 10 to 20% of missing life before being hit. Okay, it's still OP. Scroll down? Wait. The Eternal Damnation Amulet now cannot gain endurance charges? What? No more Fizz's Fire, Lethal Pride. Haste of Hate no longer has Fizz taken as cold. Bro, wait. What the fuck are you gonna do for Fizz damage early now? What are you even gonna do for Fizz damage? I mean, like... No more Incursion, no more Delve, no more Corruption modifiers, no more Watcher's Eye. Oh, new Eldritch for body armors have Fizz taken as. Okay, new Eldritch have it. No Gravicious. But no Fizz Corel helmet. Bro, I mean, what? How are you supposed to get Fizz res though? Wait. Oh my god, Lightning Coil's not changed. Every single build in hardcore is going to have Lightning Coil. But wait, like, actually, what do you do? Like, how do you get Fizz reduction on normal builds now? You don't? I guess you get more life now. I guess you get more life. Hmm. A little worrying. I don't think the armor mods are gonna make a huge difference for builds that aren't like really making giga armor items other than like Jug, right? Is Flesh and Stone gonna be used by every build again like it used to be? Yeah. Armor is pretty rough if you don't have a lot of it. Herald of Ash no longer grants spellfire damage. Oh, but 5% more Fizz's fire. Dude, what? I don't know. We're just gonna get fucked by Fizz. Dream Feather. Dream Feather. Wait. The war cry granting rage is gone, and now it just has war cries exert twice as many attacks? Arctic armor? It doesn't seem like anything. Rage Vortex should still be good from what I can tell. Jesus Christ. I don't know. No bingos. Um, well, I'll read through the rest of it tomorrow. That is way too big for me to read right now after 9-hour stream. All right. See you later.